Hello, y'all. How's it going? It's Friday, January 17th, currently in the present, 2025, the year that it is. Hello, Connor. Hello, O6I. Hello, Abelena. Hello, Just AG. Hello, Pop Kyle. Hello, everyone who has decided to come by today, whether on Twitch or on the old YouTube side. We're gonna play some Mario Maker. Hello, Astro Dude. How you doing? We're gonna play some Mario Maker today. I'm gonna talk about stuff as I do, you know, and that about sums it up. Kind of big, an eventful week, huh? There was a whole lot of rumor and speculation through most of it, and it, like, you know, for a time it looked like it wasn't gonna happen. Wednesday night was a dark night of the soul for many of us. I feel like on the internet, many people on the internet, where there hadn't been any announcements, and though the leak said Thursday, it looked like it wasn't happening. But then it was shadow dropped, and yeah. You have a million cards to talk about? I have like 20. I have like 25, but I don't know anything about that, about the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Yoshi's, Astro Dude. I do not know about that. We'll see what happens tonight. Sometimes these things happen. Hey, here's a card. Let's just start off with a banger. Let's watch that damn teaser. I have gotten that teaser all ready to go. I can pull it up, and we'll, you know, watch it real fast. I don't know if it's terribly exciting as the teasers go, but this'll, you know, is brand new. It's cool. Y'all saw this? Y'all seen this? It came out yesterday. If you didn't see it, or if it's far enough in the future, this just got announced. I hope the audio's working. Okay, good. I also hope it's not too loud. I didn't do that much calibration. I had some issues with the first video that I downloaded to play, so I had to grab another version of it. Or, you know, from a different site. And, yeah. Look at that. It's a Switch. It has buttons. It has a thing on top. It has a kickstand. It's the Switch 2. Y'all seen this, right? This just got announced yesterday. It's very exciting. Look at that. Joy-Cons with a C button on it. There's, like, some weird stuff under the stick. Also, the new top design is a lot more well put together, looking at it. The way that it, looks like you can just use it comfortably whilst in single Joy-Con mode without the grips being on. The sticks, they can move around. And also, look at this shit. That's 100%. That's 100% the mouse thing that was rumored. That shit's a mouse. Those duders, they're mice. There's a little insert in there that some people are worried about. I'm not worried about it. Nintendo knows how to build a console. It'll be fine. It'll be cool. Looks dope. Look at that. It has buttons. It has sticks. It has analog. Not analog triggers. Jeez. It has triggers. Probably not analog though. Those triggers. It has Mario Kart 9, I guess? Donkey Kong looks very weird. Yeah. Look at that Yoshi. Look at that Yoshi thing. Kind of looks like Yoshi's head. Backwards compatible, probably without anything other than stuff that has to, like, have a Joy-Con plug into something, because the Joy-Con is different. There's a direct in April to find out more. Can't wait for that. Also, you can try it out, like, in April and stuff, at, like, a bunch of locations around the world. Fortunately, one of those locations is Dallas, which, I am in Dallas-Fort Worth, so, like, maybe I'll be able to go and, try out the Switch in, like, late April. The Switch 2, specifically. I've already tried the Switch 1, it's very good. I've been using it for years now, in fact. Maybe I'll be able to try out the Switch 2 in April. That would be lovely if I got the the luck of the draw there. We'll see what happens. I'll let you know if I get chosen for that, and you know, anyone in the area, in any area that's nearby to a Switch tryout thing, go put your head in the ring. It's being released when? We don't know, but we do know that April is when we find out more. My bet, those like preview things, they go up until the end of May, so June seems like the safe bet. I'll say, I think the most hilarious option would be to release it the week of the Keeleys, so that all the journalists in the world have to say, like, you know what? We can't all go out to Summer Games Fest this year. Oh, okay. We got priorities. Sorry, guys. The only problem is it's so expensive. We don't know how expensive it's gonna be. I mean, tariffs are gonna make it more expensive, but, you know, hey. Save money. It's always a good idea to save money. Thank you for the follow, Conrax? Sorry, it's hard to read sometimes off my monitor. It is farther away than a monitor typically is. You know, my preview monitor. If the Switch was $300, it's probably going to be more. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, Evelina, for the follow as well on Twitch. Was it 300, the Switch one? Yeah, it's probably going to be 400 then. That's just... Things are more expensive now. There's kind of no getting around that. Have a couple other things I want to touch on before we get started, folks. One thing is that it is a 3-day weekend. I am going to very much enjoy my 3-day weekend. You don't have a job right now? Well, every week then is one of those to you. Or more, really. I will say I am doing a Wind Waker randomizer stream on Sunday. That's going to be, I don't know how long that's going to last, but since I have Monday off, I'll have as much time in the world. Not everyone has MLK Day off, and in fact, this job that I currently have is the first time I have had MLK Day off, you know, in the workplace, you know, not like school or anything. I probably maybe had MLK Day off for school probably some point in the past. I don't know. But this is a novelty for me still, but I'm going to spend that... I'm going to use that time to do an extra stream. How about? Hey. Second, last time I did bring up that my workplace was looking to pull back on work from home and do less work from home, and it's not... I wanted to follow up on that and just say, like, hey, it's currently not clear, like, if I'm going to be not hybrid in 3 months, right? If it's going to be, like, everyone back to office immediately, or if it's going to be, like, my location, you know, it's just too packed, too occupied to actually do that. But in any case, you know, we have... I have discussed it with coworkers, and we basically were like, you know, hey, if that happens, maybe on, like, Fridays... we come in the morning, and then we leave at lunch. Which, if that was the case, that would make it very easy to keep on doing viewer-level streams at 6 p.m. Central. If I did have to work from the office on Fridays and it was a whole complicated thing, maybe then 6 p.m. would be hard to do right after work. You know, if I'm not hybrid anymore. But, we'll see what happens, and I'll let you know if it's gonna affect the schedule going forward. One last thing. I have a brand new subscriber incentive on the Twitch side. Twitch subs, that's the premium thing, you know. Previously, during the lightning round, there was bonus heads, and that was the offering for like, subscribers to get. The bonus heads for the lightning round, things of that nature. Well, I have a new system now. Let me lay it out for you. The new system for subscribers is called the Express Pass, and it's exactly what it sounds like, a once-a-stream jump to the top of the line, wherein even outside the lightning round, I only have 3 lives to do your level, so it's not going to be 15 minutes, it's not going to be 12 minutes, even outside the lightning round. It's not going to be a full contingent of heads, even in the lightning round. But it is going to be a way for you to get your level in there and see it a little sooner. And for $5, $6 a month, $6 a month, I think that is a reasonably useful option, especially as the queue does get pretty packed. It is once per stream, and do let me know if you want to do that thing. Do let me know if you want to use it. But, up to you. Hey, Doshi bro. You going? Okay, suit yourself. I'm just saying how it is. This is a brand new feature. Haven't done it like this before, but I think this is gonna be a little more valuable than the previous solution, which wasn't really, you know, didn't really come out that much. I will also say that the, you're replacing the level. Okay, cool. I will also say that the bonus heads, I'm still not sure how we're gonna have those still be in the thing, but they are now untied to premium, so maybe there'll be a channel point thing, maybe there'll be some other thing. I will also say I have put, a channel point incentive to redeem an express pass for like 10k channel points. I don't know if that's too little, or I don't know if it's too much. You forgot about replace, gotcha. I don't know if that is too little or too much, but I would like to see and test out the Express Pass tonight. So if anyone wants to avail themselves of that, up to you. I've limited it to 3 of those through channel points, though if anyone were to subscribe, those just, you know, there's an unlimited number of those, provided that y'all have, like, subs, you know. I mean, 1 per person, but like, if there were a limited number of subscribers, which there's not, if 1 million people were to subscribe right now, then, you know, whatever. Makes sense? Makes sense. Okay, cool. Hey, Kirby Cat. Let's get this down. Oh, notifications. I have not hit the button. It was a troll level, no way to get the CP with that many lives. Oh, don't worry about the Express Pass right now. This is strictly the... The Express Pass is for people who want to skip the line. If you're waiting, we do it by a different system, which I will explain in a second here. Lots of courses are being played. Well, if that isn't just the best thing to possibly see. Look at that, a lot of people have been liking a lot of courses. How about that? Water refreshing. Hey, Rock Party. Okay, let's get going. Viewer levels proper. Viewer levels proper, everyone. First up is Abelena. How many lives are there for each level? Well, I'll tell you how this works. Until the lightning round, this works via 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Each level gets 12 minutes, and then 5 last tries if that's not enough. Rock Party has come around on 100 girlfriends. Excellent, good, okay. You said on Tuesday you weren't into it, and I'm glad you came around on it because I was wondering what was up with that. I think it's a lovely show, and I'll talk about it later. And I would recommend the first season heartily. Whenever I recommend a second season, by the way, let me say, the recommendation should be clear. Start with season 1. All you need to switch to is Tamagotchi Life ports. They haven't done that, have they? Let me explain how this works. Let me explain what we're due. 12 minutes. Then 5 last tries if that's not enough. That changes during the lightning round. And also, if anyone is a Twitch subscriber, you can skip the line once a stream, and if you do that, you get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoint. I get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoints. That is my way. The first thing is my way of prioritizing people who are present while playing more levels, and the second way is to make Twitch subscriptions, which cost money, a little more valuable, a little more useful. And I hope you like those heads, by the way. They're brand new. They're the biggest heads that there's ever been. No one has bigger heads than these. These heads, they're the biggest Mario heads that I've ever had on this channel. No one has bigger heads than these. Some would say that they're the biggest heads. I mean, a T-Rex's head is pretty big, right? I think they're good heads. I think it's a good set of 3, and I hope y'all would agree. But we don't have to worry about that. Evelina is here. We're going to set a timer after I punch this in, and then we're going to talk about things. That's right, we have the biggest heads here. People are saying, a lot of people are saying, big head mode. Big head mode is enabled for $6 a month. Also, there's a channel point thing if you have like 10K. I just wanted to have a path for that. I'm not sure if that's... I'm thinking that'll be a temporary thing whilst, you know, it's new and I want it to be shown off and to happen on occasion, but yeah. Let's do the level. Also, by the way, there's the bonus heads. I'm still thinking about how we should do that. We'll talk about that later on. You gotta go, Doshi? Well, that's too bad. I understand, though. Look at all these fireworks. Hey. Have a good one. I'll say again, if your level comes up and you're not here, we still play the level, but I only get 2 tries, which is 1 less than the Express Pass, which is premium, but also, you know, instant. So the line can get pretty packed, and it sometimes can be a bit of a wait for your level to come up. I think that's a good value head. That said, that level took a minute, so... you know, maybe it won't take that much time. And this will be a pretty quick queue to carve through. That was a lovely level, Evelina. That was a lovely... what would you call this? A light Kaizo? If it's a light Kaizo, it's the lightest Kaizo. It's like, off-white Kaizo. If this stream probably wasn't going to already be called... the Switch 2 were announced, Off-White Kaizo would be a pretty good name for the VOD. Off-White Kaizo. Well... Regardless. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Kirby Cart played this one while it was in popular yesterday. Look at that, Evelina. You can't see that. Kirby Cart is in the YouTube chat, but just know that YouTube has your back. This is like, we always get some of this, like, back and forth. Now it's making me think of the cultural exchange going on between 2 certain countries that happened starting this week, which we will talk about, sometime tonight, you know, sometime soon. Believe me. 06I is here. 06I just said GG. Fan-fucking-tastic. Hey, Mr. Coco, did I already say that? I'll say it again. Evelina laughed. That's good. Here's the first card. Did you watch the Nintendo Switch reveal? The Nintendo Switch 2 reveal? You just did. If you were watching from the start of the stream, I played it. And, unless y'all closed your eyes or just arrived, which, very possible, you did see it. And probably you did anyway, you know, it was a very popular thing. People are pretty excited. It is pretty much what the leakers revealed. Which is to say, you know, it's a very nice Switch. It has a new style of, like, the things being inserted, which we are thinking will be, like, you know, better attached. You know, the previous way seemed to sometimes, like, get a little bit, like, janky. I was talking about this the other day and saying, like, yeah, sometimes my Switch things, like, come a little bit up when they shouldn't do, and people in chat saying they had the same issue. These things should fix that. Also, they got a new button. Also, they got, Hall effect sticks, according to the leaks. And also, they probably work as a mouse, if the hints are to be relieved. You saw those hints? There was that whole thing where they were used as mice. That backs up the leak. Snapping Joy-Cons isn't as cool as sliding them in, says Kirby Cart. I mean, whether they're cool or not, maybe. I think that might be the case, that they're not, it's not, like, quite as cool, but if it's, like, more sticky and stays in place better, I think that is just a huge upside. And, for me, it's nothing but upside, I would say. And also, I can't wait for the mouse functionality. it should be noted, it should be said, the mouse functionality is gonna be fucking great for Mario Maker 3. Like, oh my god. People came away from Mario Maker 2 saying, like, oh my god, it sucks now. You can't use the touchscreen anymore as easily. Oh, what are we going to do? The system's just not built around it this time. And, what do you know? They built in a feature for Mario Maker 3 specifically. How nice is that? Now Mario Maker 3, people won't have the excuse when they bounce off Mario Maker 3 now. I think it is well possible people might bounce off Mario Maker 3. Making is a creative exercise, and burnout is very real. Burnout is very real. I think a lot of the people who fell off Mario Maker 2 just got burned the fuck out. Would be my estimation of someone who didn't burn out that heavily. I say that also, I'm talking to a audience of people who also didn't burn out. Preaching to the choir here, I guess. I don't know, but I think that's gonna be great news, and the people who bounced off, they're gonna bounce right the fuck back in. I think it'd be great if they did an update for Mario Maker 2, like a Switch 2 update that added in mouse controls. That would be really smart if they did that before Mario Maker 3 hits. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm just gonna put that up there. Patches are possible. Maybe. We'll see. I would think so. Why wouldn't they be? They do patches, next generation patches all the time for, like, games that came out in the previous generation, for, like, the PlayStation 4 and 5 and stuff. This has been a very common thing, so it's very reasonable. I think it's very reasonable to say that might happen. Also, what's up with Donkey Kong? He looks different. Okay, that's it. That's all there needs to be said about the Switch 2. New Donkey Kong design. Interesting. I'm hoping that there's just like a bunch of skins in the new Mario Kart, and that the previous design of DK is also still there, because I really do like the original DK. Movie DK is good too. Movie DK is good. It's good too. 06i supports this snapping them in, by the way. For what it's worth. What are we doing? I need to put on the timer. And what is going on here? Okay. What? I don't know how you fired so many at once. What the fuck? Are these bullet bills firing them from their bottoms? This must be some sort of glitch, I reckon, 06i. Is this not a glitch? Oh, maybe it's... No, this doesn't make sense. I don't get it. No, it's not a glitch. Are there just like a bunch of bullet bills behind the bullet bills that I can see, and they're at the height that it's they seem to be? That is amazing. It's a bunch of bills. Anyway, I am glad that we now know 100% most of what's going on with the Switch 2. I wasn't surprised to see Mario Kart. I would have liked to see 3D Mario. I think we'll see that in April. I think that's going to be what they announced in April. If I had to guess for launch... Shit. If I had to guess for launch, I'm gonna say what everyone else is saying, right? It's probably gonna be Mario Kart, because that's why they showed it. I think they need one more game, and I think that one game is going to be Metroid Prime 4. I was thinking 3D Mario for launch, but since it's not even being shown yet, I think Metroid Prime becomes more likely. Also, because it's in June, Metroid Prime has more time to cook. Not Mario Day? Mario Day is in March, so that'd be well before that second Switch Direct, which very much hyped about that. That's gonna be the one that actually tells us, like, interesting things, assuming they don't leak. Assuming they don't leak. I hope they don't leak. I hope that everything else that they have stays secret until the last day. Because it would be very fun to go into that not knowing what we've already basically guessed. That there'll probably be a new 3D Mario. It might have Donkey Kong in it, if speculation is right. Kit and Presto were speculating that. The former Treehouse guys. Former Treehouse podcasters, those two. Very, very cool. Gotta remember, there's things on the ground. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, why is this so close? Too close for comfort! That's wonderful. That was, not really a boss fight, but I liked it. I'd like to see it. That was boss fight adjacent. It was like a boss fight. Very good. Mario Kart looks like a Mario Kart, looks like a new one. I hope, I'll say this about Mario Kart. I hope the hell, I hope, by the way, I edited the message. It now says you can resubmit. Isn't that nice? You might have noticed that it says you can submit another one, provided the queue is open. Next up is Connor. Connor, go ahead and confirm. Connor, I'm gonna put Connor's name into chat using the next command. I hope that they brought over all the old tracks. I don't think we can do the thing where all the tracks get remade over the course of 5 years again. That is just woefully inefficient, and not great. If they could maintain continuity there, that'd be lovely, but maybe that's just not how they do. It would sadden me to see, you know, all those tracks that we spent multiple years buying back up, if they were all just relegated to history, but we'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm very curious what they're doing with that, and, you know, I will say I think that every Mario Kart has been better than the last one. Pretty much, more or less. Well, DS was really good. And then was Wii better than DS? Probably not. They've been on a general upward trend, the Mario Kart games. So, like, with this next one, I bet it's gonna be really good. Take another drink of my water. I don't see Connor, so let's put into sudden death and, very nearly, but not quite sudden death, and, carry on. Connor, you say anything, and I'll, give you more tries, give you more lives. Up to you, though. What are we doing here? We're trying to get this guy through? Don't I have any, like, control over this guy? I mean, I can slowly... I can, like, use some nuance here and be like, okay, hold there, go up. Okay, I guess you can do that. That kind of works. This looks like the kind of level we won't need that many lives for, strictly speaking, so... Let's do it, then. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's a relief to finally have the Switch 2 details out there, and it's also a relief to know, like, hey, a bit of a relief to know, like, hey, it's gonna be like several months until more news comes, so just like chill your butts, you know, just like relax and shit. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna be revealed. We can all now stop thinking for a while and just wait until April, and then we'll hear more, and it'll be good. I was texted this morning by my dad, oddly enough, and he was telling me like, oh, in the news today, there's a Nintendo Switch related story. Apparently Nintendo's stocks are down as a result of the reveal just being kind of just you know, not terribly revelatory, I guess. I'll say the obvious, don't bet against Nintendo. I think it's a foolhardy move to bet against Nintendo. They know what they're doing, you know? I don't know nothing. I don't fuck around with that crap myself. Investments, stocks, that sort of shit, but I feel like every time Nintendo has been underestimated, they have eventually, you know, come out strong, you know, they have clawed their way back better than ever. And you know, it doesn't take a genius to guess like, yeah, that stock price is gonna more than recover like in April, so you'd have to be some sort of fool who doesn't understand like the way that time progresses. It doesn't understand that there is going to be an April where a time where the console does get revealed, at which point the company will be worth more money. What the fuck do I know? I think that shit is just stupid to begin with. For what it's worth. Much ado about nothing. That sort of thing. What are we doing here? I'm just waiting for him to walk on the thing. Okay, that's fine. That's easy. That's cool. Any other Switch 2 topics? There is that little nubby thing. That's the USA stock market. Wait, so is there like Japanese stock market that's a different price for Nintendo? How the fuck does that work? Not Japan stock markets. I don't know nothing about that shit. But thanks for informing me. I don't mess around with that. Great level, Connor. Really quite enjoyed it. Did it in 4 minutes and change. Very good. Very good. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one. Do we have any other hot thoughts about the thing? The C button. We don't know what the C button is. My bet it's some sort of community button. I think that's what some leakers have been saying. It's going to be like a button that you can press and you'll like be able to live stream games to your friends and be able to like chat and stuff amongst your friend group in real time, I guess. Something like that. That sounds alright, I don't know. That's sort of the type of things people already do in their Discords. Not something I need, considering that I already do the channel, I already do this. But it's cool. Next up is Tommy. Go ahead and say, Tommy. Say anything and you'll be good for it. You'll be clearly present. The sticks are probably Hall effect. There's not a D-pad on the Joy-Con, but that's sort of expected. You know, I don't think it makes sense to... I think that feature has been largely successful, the Joy-Con thing. I don't think they want to get rid of that. I don't think they want to break compatibility with games that do ask for 2 Joy-Cons with individual buttons. Disconnected D-pad is great. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't play that many games with a D-pad. So, like, even when I'm playing portably, it doesn't really terribly affect me. And, you know, you can always use a Pro controller if you need a D-pad. It would be great if they sold a separate Joy-Con that had a D-pad just for those who know they're not going to use it for two-player mode. But, whatever, you know, it's not terribly important. It has a headphone jack, it has a port on the top, it has a volume thing. You know, on the OLED, I find the volume thingy to be a little bit too recessed. It's sometimes hard to find it and to click it right. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me on that, but hopefully they have improved that for the Switch 2. How about another card? Because there's more topics today than just the Switch 2, let me tell ya. Hey, you hear about all that red note, aka Zhao Hongshu? How do you say that? Like, Zhao Hongshu? Zhao Hongshu? I don't know. I don't know Chinese. So, last week, I sort of touched upon the whole TikTok thing, right? TikTok getting banned. And I said the thing that, you know, all the tech people have sort of been hoping for, low-key, since they pushed for it to get banned in the first place, you know, Meta and YouTube and all that. Like, oh yeah, you know, this is gonna mean great things for YouTube Shorts. This is gonna mean great things for Reels and such. And, the TikTok community has responded in such a funny manner. It is marvelous. What they have done is they have gone to an actual Chinese TikTok type site, though some people are saying it's more like Chinese Instagram than Chinese TikTok, for what it's worth. And they have willingly started doing stuff over there and hanging out over there and talking to the Chinese people directly. And it's just such a funny thing to hear, like, oh, so, like, yeah, the US government wanted to ban TikTok because it was, quote-unquote, a security threat. Because, you know, the Chinese might steal our data in the same way that American companies do. But they're American, so, you know, we own them, so it's a whole different relationship we have with them. TikTok's not being sold to the US because why would they do that? That's insulting, that's weird. For one country to suddenly demand that the only people who can do business in their country are people who are from the country. That's really weird. You know, that's America. That's really weird. So, out of spite, TikTok users have went to a literal Chinese site that is literally not in English, not translated, real difficult for people to get a handle on, difficult to understand, etc., and having a lot of fun there, just sort of saying things and hanging out and, you know, talking directly to the Chinese people. And I don't see Tommy, so we're just gonna do sudden death, by the way. I haven't gone myself. I've never gotten into TikTok, and you know, as a result, I don't know that this is really my scene, but I think this might be auto run. Let's try it again. Wait, no, I gotta jump a little bit. Hey, Willar. I gotta focus right now, but how are you doing? What is this? What is this? Yes! We did it. That was a good use of a second try. How about that? TikTok was never my scene, so I haven't directly gotten into Red Notes, neither. But I do find it really fascinating. I do find, like, what everyone is saying coming out of that to be incredible. People are learning a lot about China, it turns out. And, like, directly from Chinese, regular-ass Chinese people. And also they're making very funny jokes. So, there's very funny jokes out there, like the Chinese people going to the Americans and saying, like, hello, I am Chinese spy, give me your data. And everyone just laughing because it is patently ridiculous. The things that, It is a patently ridiculous accusation of China. You know, and now it's just hilarious when they start, like, taking the piss out of it. And also just, like, people realizing, like, oh, wait, what the fuck? It seems like their cities are really nice. Their cars are really nice. They have really affordable food and really affordable apartments. And, you know, vice versa. They're learning a lot from us as well. You know, there's been people saying, like, oh yeah, the Chinese are realizing that, like, Americans working 2 jobs isn't an urban legend. That's a real thing. You know, like, do you really have to pay to use an ambulance in the United States? Yes, that is true. Rock Party, you're up. That's true. That is how ambulances work. Oh no. It's just been very funny, just like how much banning TikTok has immediately radicalized, like, the younger generation, apparently. Like, probably, like, millions of people by this point. You know, just going to the people, going and touching base with actual Chinese folk and realizing, like, oh, they're not, so horrible, it turns out. Some of them are actually quite funny. And, we're all human. And they're quite startled and taken aback to realize that, you know, all the horrible things that their government says about our government are basically true. Like, oh yeah, you do have that situation. You do have that horrible thing. Medicine does cost this. It is, hilarious, and I don't know how long it'll last. Maybe if anyone's watching in the future, 10 years down the line, you've already forgotten about this little episode where, like, yeah, in the last week of TikTok, people went to Red Note, and, you know, it was a lovely week. And then when they banned TikTok, they also said, like, hey, Red Note, you gotta also get the fuck out of here, because you think this shit don't apply to you as well. Well, it probably doubly applies to you. But I do appreciate that, like, on some level, it's great to know that, like, yeah, you know, the younger people, they're not taking it. They're not impressed by the excuse. They're not impressed by, like, the rationale for banning TikTok. And it is just clear in their eyes that this is just in a large part, they are trying to just get business that went to Singapore and bring it to the United States as well. And instead, you know, through YouTube and stuff. I think people are pretty happy with the Switch 2. Generally, I'm happy with it. Some people are unimpressed. That's fine. You know what? Eventually they will be impressed. And, you know, I wouldn't want to be the one that doesn't get one. Here's my advice as far as the Switch 2 goes, going back to the Switch 2. Pre-order soon. April 2nd. The pre-orders are going to go up probably that day. Pre-order then. Pre-order then. Pre-order then. Get your ass in there as fast as humanly possible. Also, if you can sign up for the go check out a Switch 2 thing, if there's one in your area, do sign up. Rock Party, you live in Fort... Not to give the game away, not to tell tales out of school. You've said before that you're, like, in Fort Worth these days, yeah? Have you signed up for the Dallas Switch 2 thing? Have you signed up for that, Rock Party? Anyone else? Let me know, by the way, if anyone gets in on that. Whether it's in Dallas or another location, like New York, LA, elsewhere in the world. I'm curious. I definitely want to know if people I know have managed to secure, like, secure it. You don't have a Nintendo Switch Online? Gotcha, Jam Drag, I understand. You have not signed up, Rock Party? You gotta get in there. It was a little bit rough, at the very start. When, it was a bit rough at the start there, when the sign-ups started up. It didn't work for like a half hour, for like an hour. But eventually it did work, and I did get my, reservation in. It's like lottery-based, so, you know, we'll see if I get in. I got really lucky with the Nintendo Museum last year. I, you know, went to the Nintendo Museum on the 3rd day of operation, because that's when my vacation aligned with the, Nintendo Museum, when I was in the right city, you know? But we'll see what happens, I guess. Hey, maybe a lot of people aren't getting in. Maybe it's just... Maybe there's more than enough slots. Maybe there's more than enough slots. You're broke? That's a damn shame. Hopefully you find some money before the Switch 2 comes out. I mean, I don't know that there's any real danger, any real problem in sticking with the Switch 1 for a while. I bet you all these launch lineup games... I bet you Mario Kart 8 will be cross-platform. Do you think that's likely? What do you think? Mario Kart 9, cross-platform or exclusive? Get a Switch 2 for Christmas? Yeah, that's probably well good enough. You know, that's how you used to do, or at least how we used to do. When I was a kid, that's how I used to do. You gotta wait until Christmas sometimes. I didn't have a Wii until the second tier of Wiis, largely because of supply issues, but you know, sometimes that's just how you do. It's okay to be a little late to the party. Though as an adult with a job, I will be on time, assuming that there's enough supply. There have been rumors about a C button. Yes, that is correct. You can see the button in the trailer. And in the thing, like, look, hang on. Like, look below the home button. That's the C button. That's the C button right there. It doesn't have a C on it in the image, but it did in the mock-ups, and even if it doesn't, it definitely does something. It's definitely something, so, you know, yes, there is an additional button. What is it for? We don't know. Your bets are exclusive for Mario Kart 9? Definitely exclusive. Everyone thinks it's exclusive. Okay. You know what? That's probably fair. Prime 4. What do you think? Prime 4. Exclusive? Not exclusive? Prime 4 has already been announced. It'd be kind of weird if it was not on the Switch. Looks like an adjacent camera button. It does, but why wouldn't you put a home button on the other side, though? If you were doing that, I bet it's something new. I feel like it's something new. Exclusive for the thing. Hopefully we do the Reichert's Market reminders. How do you mean? Like, what kind of Reichert's Market reminder? For what exactly, Rock Party? For Dan's streams, or are you talking just, Switch 2 stuff? You mean like Mario Kart, baloney? Like if we do some multiplayer Mario Kart at some point? I assume there will be multiplayer Mario Kart sessions among various friend groups. It's time for everyone to get back into Mario Kart in like a year to 6 months. Very good, Rock Party. That was a fine-ass level. I am hitting complete. Switch 2 sales. Ah, yeah. I imagine, if I had to guess, it'll probably be like right after the Direct, right? Like everyone will roll off the Direct onto Amazon or Target or whatever. Where's the best place to go for Switch 2, you think? Amazon has sort of a weird relationship with, Kirby Kart is up next, by the way. Kirby Kart in the YouTube, go ahead and confirm. Kirby Kart in the YouTube, go ahead and confirm. Yeah, it's important that we all make sure to be on time. It'll probably be difficult to get in day one, just for technical reasons. Are they ever going to fix it so that servers don't go down when everyone's trying to get in at once? I hope. You know, if I had like one technology hope for the next 10 years, it would be fucking fix your site when 100,000 people come by. It's embarrassing that it doesn't work for shit. Like, how many times do we have to do this where it doesn't work? How many times does this have to happen? I know, it's like once in a blue moon. It's impossible to scale up just for that half hour and then scale back down. At some point, there has to be someone who's like, okay, hey, my business is I have like 100 times more Amazon servers than you ever need, and you just call me in, and I put all your shit onto my shit, and then when you don't need me, I go put someone else's shit on there. I don't know that much about I don't know about that much about AWS and how it works. Maybe this just me out of a place of ignorance. I haven't worked with it. I probably should do sometime in the future. Because, you know, I'm an engineer and all. But I haven't touched it. So I don't know what's, how that really works practically. Hey, Japanese user, thank you for the level. Suisu? That work? The bot is being weirdly unresponsive. That should work. That's funny that why isn't that working? Let me try putting in that same message exactly as is, Suisu. Let me see if I can make that work. Used to be a big bug with the viewer bot handling Japanese names, but I thought I fixed that issue a long time ago, so it shouldn't be a problem. Maybe there's something wrong with the command? I don't see anything wrong with the command. Is it the... Oh, maybe it's the space? Like, you did, like, an extra big space. Is there a different... Maybe like, there's a Japanese space that's... It parses different? Can you copy that? Japanese user, thank you. Copy and paste that, and this should work. I'll remind me tomorrow to check Japanese space viewer bot code. Okay. Sorry about that. Apologies. Sometimes a little hokey, it seems. A little bit finicky. Go figure. Way that it parses the message. Okay, Kirby cart confirmed, right? So we're good? Okay, let's do it. So yeah, red notes, interesting developments. I hope that, you know, there you go, that should do it. Okay, I'll remove myself now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll fix that, I'll be sure to fix that earlier. Thank you for exposing the issue for me. I did make it so that, like, the Japanese exclamation point mark can be used, but I didn't know that there was a Japanese space Unicode Unicode character, so that's another thing to keep an eye on, I suppose. Very good. Why am I reversing it? Oh, wait! If I reverse it, I can go into this pipe. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. We got, like, Mario World, bonus area in here. Excellent. Excellent. Good little bonus. So yeah, Zenshu... I feel like I'm forgetting a character, a Mora, or whatever the fuck. Feel like I'm forgetting part of the name of the thing. Red Note, interesting developments. We'll see, like, over time, if it continues to be a thing, or if it's just, like, immediately stomped out by the same forces that are stomping out TikTok actively. I hope that TikTok people can find a social network that isn't owned by the United States government. I say that, obviously, Google, Facebook, etc. They're not owned by the United States government. They actually, it's the other way around. They own the United States government. But, you know, I hope they can find somewhere that it wasn't responsible for TikTok getting banned to support and to hang out on. And, you know, the one that isn't going to get banned. We'll see what happens. With any luck, I'll say it's very well possible that, like, the incoming administration might say, like, okay, water pole? Sweep, yeah, hard to parse that in a second. It translates to water pole. Yeah, like, I think sui is like, water. That sounds about right, or like another... Or... Suiyobi is like water day, right? So that's like the character for water and then the character for day. So that's another way to read the water kanji, in addition to Mizu. So I guess that is a way that you could parse that. I think it's just a name, though. Who could say? Who could say? Appreciate it. Sweet, appreciate it, Kirby Cart. Appreciate you getting in there, Japanese viewer. I love Japan. I went there last year. Had a lovely vacation there. Cleared. Next up is Mr. Coco, who's just saying, great level. Very nice. Very good. Very, you're very kind to each other. Even though you're in different chats. Just like the denizens of the United States and China when they come into contact through, Red Note. Same deal. I didn't study Japanese, but I've been to... Oh, actually, no, that's not true. I have studied a little bit of Japanese for like a couple years. I didn't retain that much, honestly. Like, you know, I'll say Duolingo. I didn't retain that much, like, useful. I can't really follow it as it's being spoken. But I know my katakana. I know my hiragana. And I know, like, some kanji, I guess. I know, like, basic vocabulary that, like, anyone who spent, like, 10 minutes on, in Duolingo can, like, pick up. And, you know, not internalize such that I can actually use it in practice. When I was in Japan, I did not employ any. I was just like, okay, I feel like if I say anything, people are gonna assume that I know more than I do. So, let's just use translations and things like that to get through, and it'll, you know, mean less misunderstandings, I felt. I don't know if that's a true theory. We should do more cards. I got more cards here. We haven't done a card in a level or two. The next card says, did you hear about Red 3 banned? This is sort of a minor thing, sort of a minor point, but there's a food coloring called Red 3 that, is said to have, like, carcinogenic... It's said to be a carcinogen, you know? Cause cancer. It has been banned from cosmetics for the last, 30 years, but not from food. Oddly enough. It's made from petroleum. And, yeah, it got banned, like, as one of the last things of this administration going out. And, you know, considering that the next administration has been saying that they're going to ban, like, all artificial dyes. Where's the difference here? I'm looking. They're gonna ban all artificial dyes, so, you know, it'll be the first of many. It'll be the first of many to be, banned. Which, you know, I was saying, as far as, like, as far as Red Note goes, there's a lot of things. I see the difference. There's a P block in the upper left corner here. P block in the upper left corner of this one. There's been a lot of stuff in in Red Note where Chinese people have been astonished to learn things about the United States. Been astonished to learn things about the United States. And, I think that the fact that we still eat poison is a big one of those. that we openly eat poison that the rest of the world has banned for the last, you know, 30 years because it's like marginally cheaper or something. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. You know, I'll say the incoming administration has a lot of problems, but and that dude Robert F. Kennedy, whatever the fuck. Duolingo only teaches you formal textbook Japanese. True. It doesn't teach you stuff like casual words. Yes. It's also pretty, I don't know. I find, like, it gets harder faster than you really... It gets pretty hard and, you know, hard to keep up with. I don't know. It's a whole thing. And I haven't done it in years now. What was I saying? That dude is a freak as far as, like, vaccines go and stuff. And in the face of incoming pandemics, perhaps, bird flu, things like that, there's a Goomba. There's a Goombrat in this one. It's a little bit scary, you know? I don't know his policies are all good. I think he's a nut in a lot of places. But, as far as, like, wanting to ban artificial sweeteners and things of that nature, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Hey, SpaceX, exclamation point ad. If someone could explain to SpaceX how to get that in there, I would appreciate it. You can also look at the pinned message. You shouldn't rely on Duolingo as your solo source. I would agree with that. I also did Lingo Deer, and I don't think the two of them are really enough, honestly. What I really needed was something that really taught me kanji and like how to, you know, the various ways it can be read, how to like use it. If I had like one post-mortem, I'd say like, okay, kanji was like the biggest barrier, was the biggest thing where I was just like never able to wrap my head around like how like you could compose words with it. Like I really needed to take it on like a kanji by kanji basis, and who has time for that? I certainly don't now. You have it for Rosetta Stone? Well, I also do this channel. I do a bunch of, like... I watch a lot of business. I play a lot of games. Time is hard to find. Kanji is difficult. Kanji is difficult. What's the thing here? I'm looking. Scanning. Feel like maybe something to do with the car at the bottom. I'm calling it a car. It kind of looks like a car to me with the donuts as wheels. I don't see anything wrong there. I don't see anything different there. Oh! Musical note, and the musical note is a different color in the middle one. There we go. I think that's good news. The red number 3 thing. I hope that we all, I do see. You're in the queue, you're good to go. It's first come, first serve. So, you know, it'll be a bit until your level comes up. There's a bunch of levels in the queue right now. I think red number 3 probably should get the fuck out of here. And, I hope that we all can get, like, good food that is good for us at affordable rates. But, we live in America, so that's difficult. At least I live in America, and well, I don't know, like, what the demographics on, like, YouTube and Twitch say, but I imagine a lot of my viewers probably live in America? Probably live in America. Or maybe, like, well, there's a lot of Europeans as well, and of course there are clearly Japanese people here too, at least one. I've seen Japanese viewers before, yes. A lot of people do live in America, though. You can't get around that. That is just a fact of the matter. Thank you for the level, Mr. Coco. I am hitting the button. 06I just said GG is here. I'm gonna do another card, though. Shout to ceasefire. Hint, use the secret mushroom before the thwomps in Bowser's castle. You're gonna have to submit, Garrett. Check the pinned message for how to submit. Let me... You know what? I'll just put it into chat as well, so that you can see. That's how you get into queue. Very important. Gotta hand it to Trump here. He did it. He got a ceasefire negotiated before, like, he even got into fucking office. Meanwhile, like, Biden's been sitting on his hands for, like, 6 months with a deal in place and just letting Israel just do a genocide all they like. It is, I think, astounding to realize, like, oh my god. It was as simple as put a little bit of pressure on Israel to accept terms and to, like, do a hostage exchange and free those hostages that they've been allegedly looking to get back. Allegedly. But really, they wanted to do a genocide. Really, it's just that was their excuse. But, you know, Trump didn't let them pussyfoot around that. He said, like, no, I'm serious about this. We gotta get this done. It's gonna make us all look good. I can't have this happening. Fucked up it took this long. Fucked up that Trump actually was better on Palestine than the Democrats. It is a huge fucking black mark on the reputation, and I think it really does mar Biden's reputation in the future. You know, people have been calling him Genocide Joe for a while. I don't think he lives down this nickname. Every president, Republicans included, has been better on Israel, on Palestine, than he has, and that is just, you know, fucking galling. You know, it's just fucking like, how can you be worse than the guy who did the Muslim ban on like, Palestine? How can you do that? That seems like it should be an impossibility, but fuck. I hope everything goes okay. I'm hoping that Palestine, you know, can enjoy their prisoners being released, like basically 50 prisoners for every one Israeli hostage. It's worth noting that Israel happens to have a lot more people in custody than Palestine did. Makes you think. I hope that everyone gets freed on either side. I hope that they all go home and they all just commit to, you know, doing no more atrocities until such time as genocide checkers from the UN can get in there and have a look and see, like, so, has a genocide happened here? Oh, it has? Oh, no, that's bad. We should probably do something about that. I hope it goes like that, and it doesn't go like everyone just sort of quietly forgets about it, and then everyone goes, and then it just starts again in, like, 5 years, when, Kamala runs for re-election and gets back in. That's not gonna happen. She's done. But, fucking who knows, right? Shout out to Palestine, free Palestine. You know, I'll say this is only the start. We need more. More has to be done to make them whole, but this is, I think, a good start, and it's a end to the slaughter with any luck. I say that the slaughter has not ended yet, for what it's worth. Which is really suck ass. The thing that Israel does, where in the days before a ceasefire, they start, like, carpet bombing. They start bombing as hard as they can to use up all their ammunition and stuff. That should probably... That's fucked up, man. I don't know what to tell you about that. When normal soldiers hear that there's a ceasefire coming, they say, oh, ceasefire coming. Okay, so we should stop firing then. They don't start... You know, they don't just, like, take their guns and start spraying, you know? Fucked up. That whole, conflict. That whole, all the atrocities. I hope that everyone, I hope that, you know, things are good for them. For Palestine. You know, that's been a fucking tough-ass year. And, you know, hey, for Israel as well, you can rest assured your 20 guys that was your Bellis Causi Bellis. How do you say that? Bellis Causi? They're coming back, so that's cool as well, isn't it? Yay! Everyone wins. In theory. Everyone wins in theory. Provided that you didn't really want to do genocide. If you really wanted to do genocide, you lose, but, fuck off. You don't get to do genocide. It's not allowed. Shout out to Palestine, free Palestine, all that. Free Palestine and perhaps more... Stop butchering Palestine? Palestinians? All that in general? Would be nice. Seems like that's the plan, on paper at least. TBD. Assuming that it's not like, the deal isn't like tanked at the last minute by Netanyahu. And by the way, if you're wondering, if anyone's keeping score, yes, all these people should be in The Hague. That's where war criminals belong. That's literally what The Hague was made for. People who have done genocides. Things of that nature. And that would include our guys. Yes, they should all go to The Hague. I don't really believe that Americans are so special they don't have to go to The Hague. Like, no. Everyone has to go to The Hague if they do war crimes. There's no special exclusion for, like, but we're like the biggest superpower in the world? Nope, that's not how it works. The Hague is for everyone. It's very, it's sort of a great equalizer, I think. Great equalizer, The Hague. I like every one of those memes that says, like, you know, that's like a Travelocity thing that says, like, your trip is booked for The Hague. You're ready to go and everyone's expecting you. That screenshot from Expedia. I like to see that screenshot a lot. It's very funny to me. And I hope that one day we can live in that world where it's not a joke and it actually happens for those who have, you know, perpetuated genocide. Would only be fair. Thanks, 06i. Can you tell I have something up my sleeve right now? Who's up next? Who's up next right now? Oh, fuck, I didn't bring up the next one. It's Wellar, I think, right? Wellar? Yes, I believe it is Weller, who just said GG. Fantastic. Do another card here. How do folks in the EU measure their sandwiches? So, I was thinking about the length of sandwiches, you know, like, you know, when you go to the, Subway, right, you get a 6-inch, you get, like, a foot long, and I was just thinking, like, you know, like, oh, the 6-inch, it's kind of more than enough, right? It's kind of a good length of sandwich, yes. And I was wondering, like, what, when in the US, right? When we're talking about the average length of a sandwich, you know, a 6-incher. Excuse, maybe like in the US, when we are talking about the average length of a sandwich, we're talking about a 6-incher, maybe a 12-incher, or a foot long, as we sometimes call it at the Subway. And I was wondering, like, does that, like, translate into centimeters? Like, you know, I kind of think low-key, the foot is, like, the perfect measuring unit for sandwiches, you know? Like, 6 inches, like half a foot. That's, like, the average sandwich. Just perfectly good. Can't go wrong with it. Foot long, twice the length of that. That is absurd. That is ridiculous, a length of sandwich. How does that, you know, How does that work? I'm very curious about that. This is, by the way, if you can't tell, something of an extended metaphor. That said, I am actually kind of curious about all this stuff. I heard on Discord, I was asking around on Discords about this, and that sort of thing. And I was told that, like, apparently in the EU, you call a 6-inch a half sub, and a foot-long a full sub. And I think that's a little bit unfair. I think that a 6-incher, that's average. That's a regular-sized sandwich. That's not half of one. Like, come on now, that's more than enough to get the job done, if you know what I mean. That's more than enough to get the job done. Seriously, though, on both fronts, I am curious, like, do they look at a sandwich and say, like, oh yeah, that's 15 centimeters. That's an average size for a sandwich? Or do they look at, like, someone who's, like, you know, their sandwich is horse hung, you know? It's massive. Do they look at that and go, like, 30 centimeters? Wow! That's a 30 centimeter sandwich. What am I yapping about? Is the metaphor not clear? Dang it. It's sort of an extended metaphor, you could say. Do you get it? Do you get it? I was at Subway the other week, and I was looking at my 6-inch sub and just thinking, like, you know, if I wanted to, like, fit this all into my mouth, I don't think I could do it. I think that even, like, 6 inches would not fit into my face hole. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, I can't imagine, like, how does it work if the sandwich is, like, a foot long and you're trying to get it all in at once, let's say, for speed eating purposes. You know, let's say it's a little, you know, a sandwich obviously has ridiculous girth, but let's imagine a sandwich with a slightly less girth that is able to fit more easily into your mouth hole. I don't know, seems unreasonable. Seems a bit unreasonable if you really think about it, doesn't it? Anywho. Seriously, though, like, in the EU, do you use, like, centimeters for that business? The foot just makes so much sense as a measuring yard for things about that size as a sandwich. Such as a sandwich. It just sort of makes sense to me. Does it not? Does it not? Let's play this level. I hope that this metaphor was not lost on people. I'm sorry if it was. Should I lean in and tell you? Dick size. Anyway! Seriously though, in the EU, do you measure a dick in centimeters? Is that how it works? You were kind of hoping not to get the metaphor? Oh, I'm sorry. You got it now, it's cool, okay. People wanted to know. People wanted to know. I thought it was quite obvious. God damn it. Oh well, that's fine. I got boot. Level year used to have plenty of bugs. I did die, so, you know. That's fine, though. That's expected. That's what happened. I don't hate the US. I like the US. I like the metric system. I really do think that the foot, the inches, all that, is the perfect unit for, measuring your sandwich. You know. If for those who are interested in such record keeping as comparative sandwich measuring, it is worth, you know, I am even trying to phrase this right. You know, I think it is so good that one could even wonder, like, was it even invented for this purpose? But, you know, historically, I think sandwiches were never this long. So, you know, it probably wasn't directly invented for sandwiches. There's been a general trend, I'm pretty sure. Today's sandwiches are longer than before. There's even some ridiculous ones, like party subs, you know? Those ones, forget about it. I need to blow through this wall. Those ones are absurd. You know, like ones that are 16 foot long? We're no longer in metaphor status, I guess. I need a thing. Where's my weapon? I don't suppose that these guys will provide one. If I could... Okay. That shouldn't happen. Stop talking. That's not how this stream works. Space XXXXXX. I will continue to talk. That's the whole... That's how Twitch works. Hello, the cat boy. How you doing? Just talking about sandwiches. Comparative sandwich measuring. Orthodoxy. I don't know. I have heard, like, it's not the case everywhere, right? Like, I have heard that in Subway, in the EU, it's like a half sub or a full sub, right? I have heard from Canadians who have said, like, yeah, no, our Subways, they use 6 inches and footlongs. Just like America. Makes me curious, like, which makes me curious, like, how much that applies to, like, if there's any other things that are, like, overlap, or, like, where they use our system rather than their own, you know? From what I've heard, I think I have heard that it is sort of a mix of systems in, like, Canada and all, if that makes sense, right? Where sometimes it's like, okay, well, you measure... obviously big distances in this unit, but like if you want to measure, say, the weight of a person, or, you know, I don't have examples offhand. I'm referencing a video that I saw like years ago. But from what I heard, it was sort of a piecemeal thing, because when metrification happened, it didn't happen across the board. You know, it didn't happen in every department. Which makes me wonder, was the conversion made for everything? Including sandwiches? I mean, clearly it's been established that sandwiches in Canada, based on what one person said to me, I think maybe 2 people said to me, I don't know. Based on what I heard, sandwiches actually are one way. You letting the spike can destroy the wall with cheese? Yeah, but that's how spikes work, though. I don't know I can be blamed for it. Can I wait until he, like, settles down? Yes, I can. Okay. That's, the smart way to do it. Missed that during development? Gotcha. So it's another glitch then, basically. Understood. Unintended. Oh, we'll say, by the way... Let's say 8 o'clock for the lightning round. Why not 8 o'clock? Actually, it's 7:35. We'll say soon. We'll say 45? You built like Ronald McDonald, bro? That's rude. I'm a large American, though. It's true. My suggestion would be to not be rude. There's no reason for it. No call for it. Relax and chill. Don't have to be a dick. In fact, it's generally discouraged. You can't find that. I don't know what you mean. Alright, that'll be that level done. There we go through there, and yeah. Nice, 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 nice. Ending will be right through here. You're sorry your friend said that note, said all that, not you. You gotta watch your friend. Make sure he's not, jumping in on chat and being weird. Keep an eye out on him, I suppose. No problem, no problem. Let me go ahead and hit like and then hit complete. Very good. You'll fix that in a revision? Gotcha. Glad to help. Glad to help. Well, R is done. Next up is the Japanese viewer. The Japanese viewer. You are up. Let me put in chat so you can see. Suisupu? Suisupu? That's you, so, you know, it should tell you in chat in a minute. There you are. Perfect. Meanwhile, yeah, I think you're coming up soonish. Oh. Yep, in a couple levels here. Space XXXXXX. There's, it's kind of a busy night, I suppose, for, levels. Here's another card. We're on to some anime talk, I believe. Yes, it's time to start talking about some simulcast anime. There weren't that many that came out this week, since the last stream, I will say. So it's not going to be like last week where I was pulling them 3 at a time. There's only like 4 new shows to discuss, but there are 3 returning shows, which we can just talk about all at once because, you know, they're returning shows. They're kind of known quantities. And here are 3 of them. I watched the first 2 episodes of Apothecary Diaries Season 2. I watched the first episode of Toilet Bond Hanako-kun Season 2. And I watched the first episode of The 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You Season 2. Alright, pull up the anime thing. Apothecary Diaries is as charming as ever. A great, like, you know, medical drama type deal set in ancient China, you know, like in feudal China. It's cool. It's got a lot of, you know, it's a setting you don't see that often. The main character is lovely. There hasn't been that much in the way of mysteries yet, but it's fun. Yeah, I saw the second episode today before the stream. Managed to slip it in there. And still no mystery yet. But eventually, we're gonna get some mysteries, like, all hot and ready to go, and, you know, Mao Mao will solve them, as she does. And that'll be quite lovely. I was a little worried about Hanako-kun because I wasn't as big into the spin-off. Hanako-kun, Toilet Bond Hanako-kun's 10-minute, 4-minute spin-off or whatever. But turns out when they have time and a plot, the characters are like, have the opportunity to like shine, and I really enjoyed the first episode, and was like, okay, yeah, this is great, okay. I had nothing to worry about. The spin-off was just kind of mid, and just didn't give the characters enough time to breathe, and, you know, do interesting things. And finally, there's 100 Girlfriends. Peak Harem is back. Let's fucking go. There were so many lines in that first episode that made me want to, like, pause it, open up a Discord, and, like, pause it, open up a Discord, and, like, share individual lines. Like, that first scene is like literally some of the most meta humor I've ever seen. If you don't know 100 Girlfriends, the basic premise is that, the premise alone sounds impossible, 100 Girlfriends. The premise is that God made a mistake and accidentally gave the main character 100 soulmates. Whenever he meets eyes with a soulmate, they immediately fall in love and they know it. And there's like a thunderclap. And then they sort of have like some excellent romance. And then he immediately like goes to all his current girlfriends and is like, hey, can I add this lady here as my newest girlfriend? We're currently at 7 in the anime. And it's very fun. It is ridiculous. It is so meta. I'll give you a great example from the new season. Minor spoilers, mute this shit if you don't want to know. I will put my hands up like this until such time as spoilers are over. Ready? Okay, here we go, here we go. In the new episode, right, they're starting up and they're like, yeah, season 2, let's go! And they are literally saying season 2. And then they go like, okay, listen, you know how, like, after like 3 months, there's sort of like a dip in the romance, you know, like there's a feeling of discontentment, of like, the novelty is gone. Well, last season, it was December of 2023. This season, right now, it's January 2025. So it's been way over 3 months. And it's just like, hands up, still going. I have never seen a show like be that meta about this bullshit. About like literally talking about the season that they are airing in. Amazing. And there is a lovely bit, and also the episode, you know, is sort of a half and half deal. Okay, that's enough specifics, I'll say. Broadly, the episode was half like a recap, like getting back to know the characters, you know, a silly situation where the existing 6 girlfriends have some fun, and then there's some stuff where the 7th girlfriend is met and gets, you know, you get to know her a little bit. And that's very fun and good, and I think that's about the best way they could have done the new season. That's about the best way they could have done, like, the first episode, right? You want to see a new girlfriend, but also you do need to see all the existing girlfriends and have some time with them. In the future, maybe they consider doing, like, 2 episodes, you know? Like, 1 episode for all the previous girlfriends, you know? And then do a second whole episode, same day, for, like, new girlfriend. That would be the smart way to do it, but probably hard production-wise, I'll say. Goddamn, it's fucking good. I'm so glad it's back, and I'm looking forward to next Sunday when the second episode hits. And it is worth noting, it can be pretty dirty. It is ridiculous. It is over the top. It is hilarious. Rock Party apparently had a negative first impression, but he did come around on it. He was saying that earlier. I'm glad you came around on it. 100 Girlfriends is sublime. And literally does have some, in addition to, like, the best meta screwball comedy bullshit with, you know, a bunch of great rom-com tropes, it also has, like, genuine, it is a little ecchi. It's a little ecchi, not especially ecchi. It does have, like, some of the best, romance, just actual romance, in addition to being incredibly good, like, humor-wise as well. Like, it delivers on both fronts. Both from, like, oh, you're looking for romance? It's got, like, you know, meeting a girlfriend is oftentimes just, like, this is genuinely fantastic, phenomenal rom-com material. This is just the birth of a new romance. It just so happens it's one of 100 that are happening simultaneously, and they all form like a cooperative cabal where they're all just one happy polyamorous, you know... What is a polyamorous group called? What's the term for that? There's a term for that. A polycule. Polycule. You wonder if, Rentara's gonna cook for everyone now that she's in. Yeah. I'll say I shouldn't... I do think part of the fun of the show is finding out what everyone's gimmick is. What everyone's, like, I don't want to say one character trait because they're deeper than that. But what their main character trait is. Oh, I forgot to, set it up and also didn't get a confirmation. It's all good, we got through, regardless. I do wonder that. The next episode should be very good for, getting some new time with 7th girlfriend. Small spoilers again? I really like the line at the end of the episode where one of the girlfriends asks, like, okay, what's her deal? What do we got this time? And, fucking Rentaro said, hungry girlfriend. And like, Karane said, like, that's not a thing! What the fuck? Hello? That was very funny to me. That was very funny to me. Hungry girlfriends. Hungry girlfriend, singular. This holding up hands to indicate spoilers, that can't be how we do things forever. That's silly. That's silly. I used to have a button that I could press that would just put spoilers across the screen. That was a good warning system. This is, this is, not as, good, is it? Great level. Japanese viewer. I am hitting complete. Rock, you are up. There are definitely some scenes and some, like, horniness in there that makes it, like, a little bit on the horny side. There's, like, some characters, you know, like, some of the girlfriends are hornier than others. That's just their gimmick. And it's good. It's the best comedy. It is. I love it. I'm so looking forward to Sunday's episode. I will have to watch that episode before the Wind Waker stream on Sunday, which I'll say I'm planning that for 4 p.m., so that should be very easy to do. How would you even make 100 distinct characters? That's the insane challenge. Far as I hear, like 30 in, the manga is like doing good, right? They're like managing it. They're like so far so good. I think that's part of the insane flex of it, right? Like the farther it goes, the more unhinged it is to keep on getting in more characters, having them be distinct, and balancing, like, not just 5 girls, not just 10 girls, not just 20 girls, 30 girls, up to 100 girls. Let's fucking go. It's ridiculous. It's like a feat that will never be matched, I think. Komi also had... I've heard that Komi is ending on another topic. Komi, also a show about getting to 100 friends, is, Did they get to 100 friends in that? I mean, I guess don't tell me, actually. But I do wonder if they did. I imagine they did. I hope they did. But, like, it's... There's been other shows that has their hook, like, yeah, 100 creative characters. That's the promise. And I think it is really cool and great, and... Ooh, I got a hit there. Let me say, after this level, we'll see if we can get through it, but after this level, I'm gonna say lightning round time. I'm gonna say we'll start the lightning round with the next level. Okay? Okay. This is a nice level to have outside the lightning round because it's much easier to maybe beat if we have time. you know, 12 minutes and all. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Throw the thing. You think you've heard the mangaka collaborates with the ReZero author. That's interesting. So, like, there's other authors involved, like, you know, coming up with girlfriend ideas, pitching in some thoughts. That's fantastic, and I hope that helps to go the distance. I hope that's... What I can tell is you were too distracted to look at the level info. I saw this level last week, but I didn't look at the level info then either. Hey, it's a 0% clear rate. So, yeah, okay, yeah, right. No, we're not, maybe not finishing this. 0%, but 45 people have done it, though. So, jot that down. It's been done. This might be a really tight timer. Which, at 180 seconds, that is a nightmare. I hope that 100 Girlfriends goes the distance. I hope that it continues having seasons every year and a half or so until such time as they get to 100. I hope the manga goes the distance. I hope that it maintains popularity throughout. I would love it if, like, 100 Girlfriends went as long as, like, Naruto goes, right? And, goes as long as, goes as long as Naruto goes. Hope that is correct, Tim Panty. But, I guess we have to trust the bot. I hope it goes as long as, like, Naruto and those other long-running shows. I hope that, like, 10 years from now, we're still getting seasons of 100 Girlfriends on the regular. You know, all I want... I'll say this. All I want from the next 30 years, realistically, is I want 100 Girlfriends to continue as long as it needs to do. You know? I want it to not stop. I want it to continue getting adapted. I want there to be manga to adapt to. If this season was 24 episodes, that would go a long way. I would really appreciate if this was a 24-episode season, right? A 2-core. But, you know, maybe that's, asking for too much. You know? I closed my eyes and didn't see how I survived that. I guess I jumped over it as it was passing over and thus avoid getting crushed. Go figure, go figure. Feel like odds are good here if you miss the first jump. If you're inefficient about this at all, you might not have time. When's mine says, Master Sword XXXXXXX. Hang on. I'll see you in the queue, Master Sword XXXXX. Let me see. I see Space XXXXXX. I don't see Master Sword. If you didn't submit, you wouldn't be in queue. But, you know, we do these on a first-come, first-served basis. Though, I'll say again, starting today, there is an express pass. Any Twitch sub gets one skip of the line. Though, the line skip will be on a reduced number of, lives. Ah, that's you? You're still soon. You're still very soon. You're like 2 away. We hit a hard one here. It's hard to draw 30 people on the manga. Oh, yeah, that's, I can see that, yeah, page restrictions. Also, if it's black and white, like, making the character designs, like, distinct enough that you can always tell them all apart. That must be a hell of a challenge. And, one I feel very confident that the creators are able to handle. I feel very confident in in 100 Girlfriends so far, I've seen no reason not to trust that they know what they're doing. This is new territory. What are we doing here? I can turn this on off. What? Oh, I can jump into that gap and then wall jump and then... Okay, that's what we do there. We jump into that little gap and then we can wall jump. For some reason, I forgot about wall jumping. When I fell into that thing, I was just thinking like, can I jump high enough? I'll also say, for what it's worth, you know, we've been talking about 100 Girlfriends. It's been getting an undue amount of the screen time. I will say again, Apothecary Diaries kicks ass as well. Apothecary Diaries was also on my top 10 of 2023. Wasn't at the top like 100 Girlfriends was, but it was like around like 7 or 8. Maybe like bottom 5. Pretty damn good show, and one I thoroughly enjoy. So, excited about that being back as well. And that's a 2-core, too. That's 24 episodes, so it'll be here for a while. There's some good shit this season. Breathe in, breathe out. Relax. I'm assuming 100 Girlfriends isn't something I should watch when parents are nearby. Probably. I mean, it's a harem, alright? Like, if your parents understand harem anime and are cool with it in general, like, that's maybe fine. But like, they have to be cool with whatever, man. I wouldn't be opposed to showing relatives 100 Girlfriends, right? Like, if it came right down to it, I would tell them about it. There's other shows I would not tell about to parents, loved ones, etc. You know, relatives, etc. Like, there's some shows that you do not discuss in polite society, you know, in polite company. I think you can mention 100 Girlfriends. So long as, like, the idea of harems isn't just, like, immediately anathema to, you know, isn't, like, immediately, like, a type thing in your circles. Watching your phone on earbuds isn't enough. I mean, I live alone, so I just watch on my TV I just watch on my TV normal style. Hard to draw 30 people. Right, on the manga, yeah. I'll say, you know, every parent is different. Some are really cool. Some are whatever. There is, like, one, I feel like the character from Daddy Villainous Isekai, one of this season's best shows. I feel like that daddy would respond well to 100 Girlfriends. But, like, very clearly it's not for everyone. What kind of stuff do you like to play? I like traditional. And otherwise, you know, give me what you want. Give me what you want to give me. I'm not, I'm down for whatever. New territory, new, Christ! We got to a new part of the level, but, not for long. We got, a minute left on the timer, at which point there will be 5 last tries. Assuming we don't beat it in the next minute. Haha, that's not gonna happen. That's correct. That's correct, Countess Timpani. The lightning round is coming up. There will be limited lives from here on out, which will mean that the queue will go faster, I will say. Like, right now there's 8 levels in the queue, including this one that I'm playing right now, so 7 really. You know, once we don't give 12 minutes to each level, the queue will move faster, fluidly, swiftly, quickly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Sometimes I enjoy taking one ear off my headphones just to be able to, like, I don't know, it gives a break to, like, the ears from earphones. A little stuffy in the ears, you know? Also, it's nice to, hear things. Maybe we should spring rather than not springing. No, we're done.
Oh, no.
Last tries. Let's go. 5 tries left.
Oh, no.
That was a waste of a first try. Yes, we do refresh upon checkpoints. That is correct. That is how it works. Oh, come on. Did I pop enough? I feel like I might have not popped a try there. Whatever, it's fine. These are going so fast. I've done shell jumps before. I've done a shell jump or two in my time. Sometimes at really impressive moments, but it's not something I regularly do. So, you know, keep that in mind. And please understand. Why did I jump? Okay.
Oh, no.
I won't count that one. I was nonplussed. But that one does count. I was out of it. Does everyone get bonus heads? That's a good question. Let's Rock Party, we didn't finish it. That's right. Lightning round is about to start. Let me hit this miss. Hit lost. Countess Timpani is here. Perfect. Perfect. Is here is good for it. Let me sit up and stretch a little bit. Folks, it is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. Now, the way that this has worked has been the same for a while, insofar as subscribers, Twitch subscribers, would get bonus heads. That came in many fun forms, like Bowser, like Luigi, and some that are not even Mario characters, for instance, that are regular. There's Luigi again. We love Luigi here. However, as of this stream, I have introduced a new subscriber bonus for Twitch subscribers that pay money to me and give me money. The new bonus is a skip the line that comes with three heads that are all new. Those 3 heads right there. It's the Express Pass. So, these bonus heads, what do we do with them? How do they work? When do they come into play? Here's what I'm thinking right now. I have toyed around with some ideas, like, okay, what if it was just like we have like a element, right? And we say like, okay, desert levels get bonus heads this stream. Ice levels get bonus levels this stream, bonus heads this stream. I don't think I want to do that because that requires me to occasionally say like what the secret word is multiple times throughout the stream, right? I'd be distracting everyone by going like, okay, oh, by the way, if anyone's forgotten, desert. I think that that's a little weird. I think that that's a little awkward. So here's another system I'm thinking about. I think it'd be cool to offer bonus heads based on clear rates. What do you think about this? What if the bonus heads, if we get a level that is under 1% clear rate, we get 2 extra bonus heads. Also, if it's a super world, we also get bonus heads, because we can't tell in the super world what the clear rate is, so that kind of makes sense. Is that cool with everyone? What do we think of that? How about we try it that way this week, and we'll see in the future if we want to do it a different way. Maybe it could be for channel points or something. I don't know, but you know, I will say, as far as channel points go, there is a channel points thing for 10k channel points where you can get an express pass right now. I sort of want to see what that looks like, see how it feels, and like letting 1 or 2 people get in on that. I have a limit of 3 redemptions of that, so, you know, only 3 could do it this stream, but it'd be cool to see, just in case, you know, no one spends any money. But, whatever. I'll also say we'll do bonus heads for the first level of the night, because that's how we've always done it, and I like that. I like that as well. So bonus heads on the first level, percentages below 1% clear rate or lower. Below 1% clear rate, let's say. And, what else? Super Worlds. Sounds good, says Wellar. Cool, great, okay. 06I also says it sounds good, Wellar. On the other side of the fence there. YouTube versus Twitch. Very good, very good. Let's try it, and if it doesn't feel good, we can always change our mind earlier. This one would have gotten the extra heads regardless. Cool. Let's stick with the Luigi heads, even though I haven't actually technically really randomized them that much. It's fine. Luigi's great. We love Luigi! Okay, what the hell is this now? Oh my god, this is like jump rope. This is jump rope? Christ. Oh wow, and it's survival, I guess. Yeah. Jump rope of hell. Wait. The clear 8 minutes? 8 minutes, 20 seconds? 19 seconds and change. Well, we'll see if we can get to like the 1 minute point to start with, and then we'll see anything beyond that, you know. Hey, this is quite difficult. Really quite very difficult. I think the clear rate is a bit high right now, considering. We're on our last try, folks. Sometimes the lightning round comes at you fast. Fatherfucker! Yeah, it did not look good. Thank you for the level countess, Timpani. I liked it. I think we got like 5 seconds in of 500 seconds. We were not close. We were not close. I am surprised that the clear rate is that close to 1%. Find a King must be some sort of, god gamer, you know? Some sort of Sunraku, type figure. We're up against Sunraku here, you know? It's not gonna, we're not gonna do as well. That just goes without saying. Feel like Sunraku could have done that. And, just Sunraku. Just Sunraku. Sunraku is a character from Shangri-La Frontier. Very good anime of this season. One of the best animes of this season. Let me hit this miss and bring up the next one. Space XXX. You're up. You were just asking just before this last level, right? When you were up, so you should be still here, but you know, feel free to say something as much as you like, I guess. Wonder how it works when someone's changed their name. Will the @ like find them if I do like the @ thing? Let's find out. Anyway, anywho, let me punch this in. I believe this guy is good for it. Oh, also I'll say the bonus heads don't apply if you're not here, because it'll be sudden death if not. If not. Here's another card. I watched the first episode of Sakamoto Days, which is one of the most anticipated shows of the season. One of the most anticipated shows of the season, and I can see why. It's real fucking good. An incredibly good premise of like a John Wick style hitman who's retired and he now works at a convenience store and he wants to, you know, not kill anyone and has to use his overpowered skills to like creatively non-fatally like attack people. Now I will say I was really enjoyed the animation here. The fights are really fluidly done, really good looking to me. Some people are saying like, well, this isn't like Dan to Dan, and the manga is very much Dan to Dan as far as like being on that level. It doesn't quite match the best in the space. And I'd say like it's really well animated. It's really easy to follow. It's really full of creative little flourishes, and the idea of this like overweight convenience store clerk being secretly John Wick is very, very funny. And it has a great sense of humor. It has some great other characters who come in, like the telepathic other guy who's like, you know, he doesn't have the same set of skills, but with telepathy, he can kind of also get by in a fight, like, you know, doing non-lethal bullshit, which is also very fun. And then there's a third character who appeared in the second episode, which was, you know, also quite lovely. Did I put that was the first 2 episodes? It was the first 2 episodes. I forget what that card said. It doesn't matter. It was the first 2 episodes. Sakamoto Days, I think it's definitely like one of the best of the season, and one that I'm looking forward to seeing more of as days go on. Well, it's true that I don't see space XXX. Now that I say that, I am realizing something, which is that, hang on. So, like, if we start a level, if we start a level in the sudden death, and I don't look at the clear rate, right? Then, if someone does arrive, do I need to like know the clear rate to know if I need to give the bonus heads? I guess maybe if someone misses the opportunity, maybe that just they don't get bonus heads no matter what. There's some stuff to figure out here about how the system should work. But it's true I don't see Master Sword XXX right now. So let's just go as is. This would not get bonus heads based on those rules I have laid out. So, and also it has a clear rate that's pretty high, so we should be good. Let's just try our best. And if you want to say something, say whatever you like. What is in here? Oh, you know what I'm just noticing? We have to get all the, we have to get 5 50 coins. So coins are an important part of this. After playing ROM hacks for so long, you can't play this game anymore? Huh. The physics are too slow? Oh, I love the physics. I feel like these physics are my preferred Mario physics, honestly. I mean, Wonder was good as well, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a bad thing to say about Wonder, to be clear. They are different from World, though, it's true. Whether that's a problem is, like, you know, up to you. I actually quite like the way this game feels, the new U games feel. Miyoo in particular feels good. I don't think I played that one relatively recently, so I can't really speak to it. Okay, there's... Wait. Okay, good. Timing there might have been awkward. Hey, Squink. Okay, so there's probably 2 more coins over there that we missed, right? It's gotta be what it is. Nothing else really makes sense. Oh, there's one down there. You think it could be like hidden blocks? Maybe more hidden blocks and they make like a staircase up to the, that one there? Doesn't look like it. Do this one again. By the way, for anyone who's wondering, most shows generally are on Crunchyroll. There's a few that are on High Dive. Sakamoto Days is on Netflix. So, you know, if you're not... Damn it. If you're not like, you don't do like tons and tons of, if you don't watch like tons and tons of anime and thus don't have an anime streaming service, there's also some shows that aren't on anything, and for those you'll have to use your imagination how to get those. There are, from what I heard, like if you have a VPN, there is a legal way to get some shows that otherwise aren't available. Like apparently some of them are in Bibi, which apparently is free in the Asia? In Asia. So that's how you would have to watch, like, Can You Keep a Secret? If, you know, you want to do it on the up and up, but, Can You Keep a Secret? You don't, no one gives a fuck. It's not legally released, I don't think you have any responsibility to, like, you know, that's just what it is, you know, it's just in jail. For all intents and purposes, it's not out. So, you know, jot that down, I guess. I don't think we can make that jump from here. Jump over that little ledge. Oh shit, this is where I was before. Crap. No, this just goes back to the start. I was thinking like, wait, what about the door? I forgot I already tried the door. Sakamoto Days, it's very accessible. I say that, I think like the first couple episodes, I think the Bibi version of Sakamoto Days is like ahead of the Netflix version for no reason whatsoever. Netflix is just like famously kind of shit about releasing things in a timely manner. And they really have no reason to be that way. They could just release everything day and date with thing. You don't understand how you can pay for multiple streaming sites? Well, password sharing is part of it. To a certain degree, for like the mainstream ones anyway, I do some stuff like that. There's also, well, I do pay for High Dive, I do pay for the Crunchyroll, I pay for the Amazon, I don't pay for the Hulu, that's, my parents pay for that. And there's something that there's at least one streaming service that my sister pays for. You know, this sort of thing, it's like split up between multiple people. It's easier split up between multiple people to pay for more services, which is one of the reasons why I think Netflix and stuff, they should all be cool about whatever, rather than, trying to shut all that crap down. Fuck me, shit, I didn't think. Thought I could get back up. I'm not gonna say anything about that, 06i. As far as alternatives go, I will say the thing about alternatives is that they are slowly and surely being, shut down and you know, fucked up. Such that, you know, I have heard people say, from their experience, I have heard people attest that those sites, they used to be better than they are now, and following the shutdown of prominent sites, that I won't name, following their shutdown, there's, you know, the remaining options are not as good. There are 3 good sites, and I wonder how people find those and know which ones they are. You know. I'm suddenly picturing Mac from Always Sunny. Where? What sites? There's so many. But no, seriously, we're not gonna name names. That's not how this works. We know that mum's the word. I do like the legit sites though. I like having an account. I like having a queue. When it's well designed, it's very convenient. Sometimes though, I will say it is sometimes preferable to find your content that you have legally paid for on your legal site, find it elsewhere because the legal site kind of sucks, or is slow, or fucks up the subtitles, or, you know, has other technical issues. What are you gonna do? I think that's fair. I think that's fair game. And, I don't think anyone would disagree with me. In theory, if that were to happen. Fix your shit, Hulu. If people want to try watching a show on your shit, it should work. And the subtitles shouldn't be 5 seconds out of sync every time. That's fucked up. Who would watch something if that's how it was working for them? We did it. GG, that was incredible. Hell yeah, it was. I'm hitting complete. Garrett. Almost read that as Garnet. Garrett, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. I'll put that in chat so you can see. Garrett, I'm guessing from the YouTube on account of that name would be pretty hard to secure on the Twitch.com. You know, because names there are unique. I watched the first episode of I Left My A Rank Party to help my former students reach the dungeon depths. And here's the card that explains what it is. It is one of your standard, like, quit a bad party shows and quit a bad party, get a new party that appreciates you. Which I think is just a genre that makes very much sense to me, right? Like, no, a lot of people have the experience. Hey, Garrett, I see you. I see you. Very good. A lot of people have the experience of, let me refresh these, and we'll see if we're doing a super world or what. If we qualify for bonus heads. A lot of people have the experience of being at a job that doesn't appreciate them, and I think that's what this kind of anime sort of appeals to. The idea of like, oh, I am so underappreciated with this party, and if I quit and I go somewhere else, they're going to appreciate me, and the previous party is going to sorely regret the day they let me get away. And I'll say, as one of those shows, it's pretty generic, pretty basic, but it's pretty okay. It's pretty fun. The main character is very resourceful. He has a lot of, like, buffs and other type, like, support items that is really neat. He basically has, like, it seems like his deal is he just, like, combines, like, 10 different Marvel rival characters' support abilities together into one kit. And he doesn't really have a attack of his own. He's just, like, constantly doing support character abilities, like 100 of them. And that's kind of cool. And his new party is like, whoa, man, that's impressive. Wow, you have that? You have that move? That's really rare, dude. You should be very valued. You should be very valuable. That sort of move would get you into a top-level company all on its own, right? I liked it. I liked that first episode. I enjoyed it. It's pleasant. It's mild. I would say it's a good one. It's kind of, you know, not like the hottest thing of the season, for sure, for sure. There's also a weird part where they broadcast their adventures, like in the way that I do as far as Twitch goes. I don't really know like how that plays into the proceedings. In fact, I would say right now it's kind of a confusing element because there's a bit where they stream a boss fight, right? And they start the stream, they defeat the boss, and they say, okay, end stream. And it's like, wait, you didn't introduce yourself. You didn't do at the end of the stream like, all right, we beat the boss. You know, let's, you didn't do introductions. You didn't do like, the things you would do in a stream if you were streaming a boss fight that was really tough, right? That is more of a YouTube short than a stream, I would say, the broadcast at the end of the first episode, but I still liked it enough. I think it's good. I think I will watch it. Watch all of it. Let's do it! Bowser's Castle, 0 out of 0. Oh, that means in the case of 0 out of 0, we get bonus heads. And I should randomize them. There we go. We got Toad, Yellow Toad. I like this. I like the bonus heads occurring more frequently. I think that makes sense. And also means that we have a better reward for premium. Anywho. Anyway. What the fuck? Anywho? What am I, an owl? That doesn't make sense. I've said anywho a lot. It's not unusual on this channel. What is going on here? This is puzzle solving. Puzzle solving. And it looks like the lava doesn't go down once it's come up. Do I need to, like, jump really good? I feel like that might be the answer here. I just need to jump really...
Oh, no!
Hint, use the secret mushroom. Oh, that's a good hint! Otherwise, these last 3 lives would go by very fast. Yes, that helps a good deal. I don't even know if... That space does look too big to be jumped over. Honestly. Well, this boom boom. Very aggressive. Alright, he's a boom boom, so I can just... His invulnerability phase is very quick. Nice. I'll say, checkpoint will refresh all our lives. That includes the bonus one, so... You know, we run into one, we know we're, Jesus. We know we're safe. We know we're gonna be good. Ah! Tough, 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 tough. Breathe. Relax. Let's go. He goes up there. Now we can start killing him. It's funny with this, with you know, if you cared about score, you could always just stand under a pipe like this and get infinite score. I wonder what the highest possible score in Mario Maker is. There must be a way where you can, you know, just have a million stars hit you every second and get a million points every second. That must be a way to just get up to 99999. I guess the question isn't like what's the highest score? It's how fast can you get to the highest score? Hey, I found a power-up. How fast can you get to the highest score? Like, conceivably. Hey, Fox. Fox in socks is evil. Well, I'll be the judge of that when I play your level, Fox in socks. How evil you really are. Call you stereotypical? What? I'll try to remember. Stereotypical. You sure Fox isn't good? Fox is pretty short. It's hard to remember nicknames that are different from the, different unrelated to, Twitch names, I'll say. Fox is good? Okay, cool. Let's go with Fox. Thank you for the level, Garrett. We got through. Fantastic. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Squink. That's a name I know very well. I reckon we're in for some sort of music level. I also bet we won't have any, the clear rate will be very good. I'm gonna guess. Clear rates above 1%. No bonus heads. That's how we're gonna work it. Hey, let's do another card. I watched the first episode of Bon Vampire. So far, the new shows that I watch, it froze? What froze? Did the stream froze? Are we good? Let me check what OBS is saying. Drop frames 0. Everything looks good on my end. Hopefully y'all are doing okay. Let me know if there's any problems. I say that as if it froze. Okay, never mind. Good. Okay. Was worried for a second. Bon Vampire is about a age-old vampire who meets a 5-year-old boy and then spends the next 10 years, like, trying to make sure, like, watching him grow up so he can, like, you know, suck his blood when he turns 18. It's not beating the allegations. It is the kind of show that you're watching, and I'm just going like, wait, this is literally the definition, the textbook definition of grooming. This is really weird, and I don't like the main character, this vampire, who is just incredibly cringe and incredibly, like, unpleasant to, like, see him, like, trying to be all nice and stuff to, like, the boy that he has spent the last 10 years grooming. It is not good. I did not like to see this half of the first episode that I saw before saying, fuck this, I'm out. I will say, for what it's worth, there is, like, a gray area to be sure when it comes to vampires, right? Like, say Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? She has sex with Angel when she's, like, in sophomore year, right? When she's, like, 17 or something. Or Twilight. That is a story about high schoolers falling into love with 100-year-old demons, you know? Who, another example, Call of the Night, which also has sort of a relationship between a kid and a vampire of indiscernible age, who, actually, it's funny, and in Call of the Night, one of the gimmicks of the character is that when, you know, he asks, like, how old she is, she's like, I'm like 34. It's like, I'm 34, actually. It's not like hundreds of years old. I haven't been doing it for that long. It'd be cooler if I could say 100. It'd be cooler if I could say 100, but nah. Or she's like 20s or something, which is very funny. In those shows, in Twilight, in Twilight, Something's wrong on your end, Fox, I think. '06 seems to be fine. In Twilight, in Buffy, it is portrayed as equals, as peers, you know? They meet each other when basically they are coming of age, or more or less, right? Like, the relationship is more similar to like an older feller, like a college-age boy meeting a high school girl and being like a cool, distant sort of figure. Whereas in Bon 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 Vampire, he meets him when he's 5 and spends the next 10 years trying to make sure he stays a virgin, which, yeah, that's grooming. Like, materially, subjectively, it feels like grooming. It's not good. It's not beating the allegations. Fox and Socks, thank you for the follow. Christ almighty. I'll say maybe I didn't get far enough where it started doing jokes about the whole situation, but man, fuck that. Man, fuck that. Anyway, that's a show that got rejected. Not gonna watch any more of that. It's pretty straightforward. The Cheetah Man is the name of this episode. Episode. Why did I say episode? Level. You fixed it, fantastic. Oh, fuck. I'm screwed. Okay, I gotta... I fuck up. Thank you for throwing things at me. I appreciate it. Duck. I get hits done. Let's do this. We got this. It's... Here we go. This is it. This is the one. Ah! No, it's not. You are indeed evil. We'll see, Fox. Your level will be... probably after a few, you know, hey... There's a bunch of people who have been here a little bit longer. You understand, it's first come, first serve. I keep messing up the timing. We are on the last try here. Let's try to make this count. You're going easy on me? I appreciate it. I ate it there. Yes, that is accurate, what I just said, kinda. Thank you, Squank. That's a really cool level. I wish I did better that time. The rate's not that low, so I figure, you know, once you get it down, you get it down. But I didn't get it down in the 5 tries that I had. Thank you. Hit and dismiss. 06I. 06I is up next. 06I is up next. Looks, I think those freeze issues are on your side, Fox. I'm not hearing anyone else attest to that. Though, oh, hey, Rock Party redeemed a skip the line express pass. Well, let's go. Rock Party, you've been a Twitch sub before, so, you know, this, so, you know, this is the sort of thing that you would have if you became a sub again once a stream. Express Pass, let's go. Test run of the Express Pass, the maiden run, as it were. We have a level here submitted by Rock Party, and we get 3 tries on it. 3 tries and 3 tries only. That is what you get when you skip the line. Express Pass, inspired a bit name-wise by the thing at Universal, which I like, you know, it's nice to skip lines. Let me do another card while I'm putting in this thing, though. I watched the first episode of The Red Ranger Becomes an Adventurer in Another World. It's a little bit like Bravern. This is like a isekai where the isekai character is a Red Ranger. And yeah, it's a really good pass for Universal, the Express Pass. I love it as well. I've gotten it most of the times I've gone to Universal because I go with my ma, and my ma always books the hotel that has the express that's included as part of the hotel. It's really nice to skip the line. Red Ranger is sort of like Bravern insofar as it's like Sentai stuff sneaking its way into a generic isekai fantasy, and like you know, the main character is like running around transforming, making explosions go off, and doing Super Sentai shit. And the rest of the characters are like, wait, what the fuck is going on? What is this shit? This isn't magic, is it? No, it's friendship. What? It's bonds, man. We're using bonds here as the powering the stuff. That's weird, but okay. It's very fun. I like the main character. Okay, I like the lady in it. She has a very big hat. You know, she has a very big hat that is cool, and I like her like flustered reactions to his bullshit. I'm not 100% on it. I don't really care for Super Sentai just as a rule, I guess. And like the parts before they went to the isekai world didn't really like do anything for me. And I'll say like it does have some distracting like 3D animation and stuff like that, but it's really cool. Oh, Weller is wondering what happened. Well, Weller, it's the Express Pass. Rock Party redeemed a Express Pass for 10,000 channel points on the Twitch end. It will also be available from like next stream on just for subs. I'm thinking that channel point thing is just for tonight, just so that we can see it and get a feel for what it's like to do the Express Pass. Okay, we got a Sonic 1 tribute. We got a clear rate of 8%. I think that Red Ranger show is very cool. I think it is very fun. I think it is very original. It is a little bit messy and a little bit... It's a little bit messy. And I'm not 100% sure about it, but I bet I'm gonna stick with it. I'm betting it makes the cut. That is my current thoughts. I think it is good enough to watch, and I'm sure there's other people who, That's correct. That's correct, Weller. There are other people that, I'm sure there are other people who will tell you, like, oh, that's one of the best things this season. I think it's really good. I'd maybe hold off on best due to, like, some messiness around the edges. I don't think it's as good as Bravern, I'll say that much. But it's, like, the closest thing to Bravern since Bravern, so, you know, jot that down if you liked Bravern. And a lot of people liked Bravern. Whew. We got 3 lives. They come in this lovely, goddammit, trio of dudes. I don't know what this means. What? I think I have to go left and right here and hit these on-offs back and forth. That's what it is. Hello, Skilluettes. How you doing? Hey, there we go. Let's do it. Let's go. I am taking hits I don't have to take. I will say, during the Express Pass, checkpoints will refresh my life, same as before. We are currently full up, so it's good. The first head is Metal Mario. Felt like that was a fun one. It is a heavier Mario, but not necessarily a bigger Mario, technically. Elephant, though, that is bigger Mario. And T-Rex, well, that might just be the biggest Mario. There are some, like, Jumbo Marios, and, like, the big Mario from like, this game, from Mario Maker 2. But those just kind of look like Mario, so you can't really tell that, that there's, like, a theme of gigantism amongst those, if I had gone with that head. I like the selection, I hope you do too. I think it's a cool lineup for this new feature. What is going on here? Survival, I'm thinking. I wonder if I need to, like, take this bomb and maybe, like, put it up top where the wall is. I made a little hole in it. This feels like the correct thing to do. I made a hole that I can jump through. Yes, that looks like it was correct. You're good, just chilling? Hell yeah. I don't know if y'all also have 3-day weekends, but I hope you do. If you do, that's great. If you don't, you probably got better days off earlier in the year than, you know, or I say earlier, later in the year then. I'll say though, MLK Day is nice to have. It's nice to have a vacation right after the vacation. Oh, I can go down there and get the...
Oh no!
First head down. The order they go in is Metal Mario, then the Elephant Mario, then finally the dinosaur, the T-Rex Mario. That is the last one that gets lost. Hey, Axel. Again, I'll say, the Express Pass is a brand new thing for Twitch subscribers. I'll say also, eventually, if I get access to YouTube, YouTube memberships, eventually I will offer that for memberships as well. That is not something I currently have, so not something I can, you know, offer. But I'll say I'm not trying to play favorites between the two services. Just that Twitch is the only one that lets me charge money, if that makes sense. YouTube is deathly opposed to that. Weird. Okay, so by doing the on-off there, okay, so it's sort of encouraging you to use the one...
Oh no!
Did I get a checkpoint there? Checkpoint does refresh. Hey, Fox and Socks. Not yet, no, I don't think so. Did not get a checkpoint. That is the second of 3 lives. We're on our last life. Let's do it. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. There we go. That's what we were looking for the previous 8 times. Lovely. All right. Now, I think we just go left and right, and we do on-off. We could do the same on-off repeatedly, actually, if we're just fast, and we, if we're fast, But if we can't, that's fine too. You know, so long as we're getting a mushroom every time. In fact, there's no reason not to wait. No, wait. The mushroom only appears when the on-off's the other way. Okay. Important to note there. Yay, we did it. Okay, we out. All right. Oh, this is like a Sonic loop-de-loop. That's right, this level is a Sonic one. You typed in the wrong code. You can use replace to replace your level without losing your place in the queue. Good shit. Good shit, party. I appreciate it. And hey, we got through on the 3 lives of the Express Pass. How about that? I'm hitting complete and hitting the thing. That was an arousing level. And 06i is here. 06i is good for it. So let's just get 06i's lives back out. We're doing the super world, right? So that'd be bonus heads. Yeah? Let me just randomize you a bonus head. Blue Toad. Also, Red Ranger was the last new show of the season, I'll say. But there is some more housekeeping to do. There were a number of shows last week that I was tentative on, and I'll say I have come to decisions on all of them, whether to keep them or drop them. And I have a brand new format to sort of run through them real quick, okay? Here we go. Here are the 8 shows I was a little bit unsure of last week, okay? Let's just go through them real fucking quick. Okay? Otaku Neat. I think that show is fine. It's not like the hottest thing in the world, but I don't know. I kind of like it's pretty alright. I kind of just like to see the cute girl living with the salary man and just being kind of chill and whatever. I'm not dropping that one. That one's going to be kept. That one's being kept. Escape from Princess Lessons. I was unsure about that one because the first episode was very dour, and it only promised that it would get nice and lighthearted after the first episode. And the second episode was nice and lighthearted. I think that's an easy one to keep. Zenshu. I was unsure about this one because it turned out to be an isekai, and that was unexpected. I didn't expect it to be. I expected it to be about an animator doing some animation work, and instead she got like reborn into another world that's all weird and full of like weird cartoon characters. But I think it's doing interesting things. I think it's really well made. The production values are amazing. Despite the confusion over its format and where it's going, which I still do have some amount of confusion, I'm still a little confused by it, I think it is easy to lock it in and say it is a keeper. Tasokari Hotel, sort of a weird little show about a hotel on the edge of life and death. But the mysteries kind of play out like Blue's Clues, where they sort of look at things in the environment and say like, oh yeah, that's a train ticket. That's right, I was on a train. You know, the clues, they just sort of, the mysteries just sort of figure themselves out. And I think that's a little bit crap. And it's on Friday, which is a really competitive day. I am dropping that. I'm dropping Tasokari Hotel. Unnamed Memories Season 2. Season 1 got a little bit rushed, got a little bit sloppy towards the end, and rushed to a big turning point, a big twist, after which the Season 2 is basically like a hard reset, in a sense. And I was sort of very curious, like, okay, they sort of tanked this pacing of the first season and stopped explaining the plots, like, stopped doing the plots in a way that you could understand them after the first season. So now that we've gotten to the point that they wanted to get to, is it going to slow down and become good? Well, no. It's still rushing, And if it's gonna rush and not take things seriously and just have it so like, oh, she got kidnapped. Next scene. Oh, she's unkidnapped. They did a little bit of a tiny fight, and now she's good. And now there's gonna be a little bit of romance, which is cute, I'll admit. They have good chemistry, but if you're just gonna rush through the plot and just go like, oh yeah, she got kidnapped, and then she was fine. Next scene, let's go. I'm not gonna watch you. Next, Honey Lemon Soda. Sort of a very a drama about a little girl who is bullied, a high school girl who is bullied, basically, and she meets a boy who is kind of a jerk, but, you know, does it for the right reasons. I feel like this might be a little mean, but I'm gonna say I'm not really enjoying it that much. I was kind of don't like the boy. I feel like he's sending way too many mixed messages, like whether he's a jerk or not a jerk. I wish he would make up his mind, and like, as much as it is good that a bullied girl gets to find happiness, I feel like if I'm not enjoying it, I have to drop it. You know, it kind of feels a little bit wrong to go like, well, this is a character that anyone can get behind, but I don't like the show, so what am I to do? You know, it feels like I should be saying like, oh yeah, but she is such a relatable character. She is so nice and innocent, and it is so fucked up what the bullies do to her. And it's just like, yeah, I don't want to see it. And I don't like the guy, and I don't buy into the romance, so there you go. Middle-aged online shopper. Why am I rating anime? Because. I'm catching up on what I have done over the last week. Diary of a Life of a Middle-Aged Shopper. It is very similar to previous shows that have come before, like Cooking Isekai, like the one where the camping. Yeah, that was really just. It has chemistry, unnamed memory. Yeah, oh 6i. It sort of is very similar to like Camping Isekai, where it's all about a guy who can order food from another world and other things from another world, from our world, and use it in the fantasy world. But it is fun, and it uses the ability in ways that are a little bit different from previous instances of it. I think it is good. I think it is good, and I think it's a keeper. Despite being very similar to other shows and kind of generic on its face, it is fun and enjoyable, and I will watch it. Finally, Appraisal Isekai. It's not an Isekai. Appraisal show. I'm gonna keep that as well. It's fine. It got into its hook, how appraisal turns out to be an overpowered thing, and it showed that the way that it's overpowered is that he can sort of see what moves they're about to do and sort of dodge based on that. And also he can copy moves, Sylar style, by like, you know, analyzing and copying abilities off corpses. Which, you know, hey, when you can copy abilities, that just allows you to train your characters. It allows your protagonist to grow stronger in ways that are neat and, like, you know, more interesting than just, like, it could be otherwise. I don't think it's the greatest, but I think it's enjoyable. And I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to keep it. And that covers all that. Okay. Was that a good format? Was that a good way to go about it? The visuals and all? Maybe I should have divided that into 2 cards. Really, I could have, like, historically, I might have divided that into, like, 3 cards for the ones that I dropped, and then I would say, like, and I'm keeping everything else. I kind of like this way, though, of sort of just, rolling through them all at once. Let's do it. How do you feel, 06i, about any of those? Are you watching any of those? What do you make of that? You're big into the anime as well, and you've been following the season and such. There's so many shows that are like super generic, you know. It's hard to know when something is pretty basic. Like, is it still good? Hey Pam, I love scam. I don't know what that means. My man Fox. Very cool. These are some very cool, like, mechanisms for, like, getting these dudes to keep on, like, going around the loop. Really neat, Really neat gimmick here. Just some finely tuned mechanisms. Wow. And the door closes behind us, too. Pizza time for you? Oh, don't say that. Now I'm getting hungry. I had a big thing of pizza before we began. You know, for, like, dinner. I could have had more food, though. And perhaps a little later. I had, like, a... You know... Little earlier than usually a dinner would be. Big bowl of spaghetti. I feel like that's just the go-to if I want to get through a stream, you know, if I want to do a long stream and not want to eat. Spaghetti can last for a while. You had a large pizza? Gotcha. I like a lot of pizza. I like to get a lot of pizza. When I get pizza, I get 3 pieces. I get 3 pieces from this place that has massive slices, like unbelievably big. You know, many people are saying there's not pizza that's bigger than that pizza. It's very big. It's huge. Many people are saying. What's going on here? Is Bowser following me? Almost looks like Bowser's following my height. How many hits? Woo! Guild Receptionist is the best new show. Don't worry, I have a card for it. I have a card for, like an overall summary, I guess. I don't know. Guild Receptionist is real damn good. I haven't seen the second episode of that yet. It came out today and all. Only saw, two episodes of shows before this stream. Let me hit complete. Cat Boy just said I had a large pizza. Fantastic. Is here. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll say. Show my final anime lineup and top shows. I wanted to sort of do one last card here at the very start of the season, now that all the shows are started, and we all know what they all are, and sort of talk like, yo, what's the best ones, though? Which are the ones that really rise to the top? And also just to show the entire lineup after cuts and drops and all that. And, well, I'll just do it this way. I'll just show my iPhone and scroll down. So yeah, Apothecary Diaries. I'll say, Apothecary Diaries, 100 Girlfriends, Dr. Stone, all those returning shows are right up there as far as best of the season, I think. Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf, I think might be my favorite new show. It's just sort of fantastic as like a half isekai, half reverse isekai. That, I watched the second episode of that before the stream. Managed to find that time for that and Apothecary, and it's really good. I think that from Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's been reincarnated. I think that is maybe the best villainous isekai that there's ever been. It turns out that a middle-aged 50-year-old man makes for the most compelling villainous, as he struggles to, you know, balance being too polite because he's used to being a bureaucrat, used to bowing and being very polite and stuff, and realizing like, oh, I'm supposed to be mean because I'm the villainous, and then like not managing it. It's good shit. It also has a little heart. Mwah. Flower and Asura I think is really good. I Have a Crush and Work is some nice thank you for the Twitch follow, Diamond, is some nice, like, I do like the Castle Knight theme well enough. It's a good-looking theme, Fox and Socks, Super Mario Bros. 3. Crush at Work is just a good rom-com involving adults who have an adult relationship, you know, which is nice and fun. I think Madaka Koyawa is very fun as well, in a very horny sort of way. 100 Girlfriends goes without saying. Shangri-La Frontier continues to be the best. Sakamoto Days, right up there. Medalist, Okitsura, and I think Guild Receptionist, yeah, that's definitely up there for me as well. And also Dr. Detective. And I'll probably keep Dread Ranger as well. Oh, also Danmachi will be back next season, and ReZero will be back like in a month or so. ReZero, yeah, that'll be up there as well. That's the list that I got right now as far as shows I am watching. Shangri-La Frontier, another show that is up top, that is real high. Continuing on from last season, every Shangri-La Frontier I watch kicks so much ass. It's fucking so good. The episode of Shangri-La Frontier last week, hey Diamond, the episode of Shangri-La Frontier last week, oh my god. Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. I've loved the last arc of Shangri-La Frontier, let me say. Again, if I had to pick a favorite of the new season, non-returning, non-continuing, I think Miss Elf is it. I think Miss Elf is my favorite. Guild Receptionist is up there as well. I hesitate to play favorites, though, because, like, all of them are great in their own ways. Wrong level? Wrong level? Okay, okay. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Oh, I put in the... Why did I put in that code? That's... Wait, how did I put in this code? What the hell? Yeah, you are next. How did I put in... Did I just hit B and then, I must have put in one from the chat. I must have read one from the chat or something. Okay. Yeah, okay, let me type that back in. My bad, my bad. Sometimes the wires got crossed, you know? I was typing while talking about Miss Elf. Miss Elf is on Crunchyroll. Most things are on Crunchyroll. Medalist is on Hulu. Sakamoto Days is on Netflix. Are any of these on High Dive that are good? Does High Dive have anything really good this season? Let me look at High Dive real fast. Sorry, have to go. Case is streaming. I'm not familiar with Case, but have fun. Do your newest level, second newest, or world. Well, let me check those and see what we like. See if that's good. Oh, High Dive does have Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's been reincarnated, and Flower and Asura, and Soraya Utility. You know what? I'd also put Soraya Utility up there on the list. Soraya Utility is also real damn good, I'll say. I sort of missed it when I was looking through the list there, but you know, I'm let it be known. It's up there as well. Let's see. Have we done the world? Have we done the first level? We have not. Infinite Pipes. This is the first level in the super world, though. So let's do this one. Let's do this one, and the clear rate is just over 1%. So it's not the heads. You don't get them. My God. Why were those ghosts flickering? I tell you, they're flickering on my end too. I needed to not wear that as a hat. They're flickering on my end too. It's not a capture thing. If y'all are seeing some flickering. I worry that we get held up like that. We lose time, it might be over. I don't know, though. The clear rate doesn't seem that low, so maybe it's not... Whoa, shit! Maybe it's not that tight. Let's find out. Let's find out just how tight this is. Hang on. Doesn't look so bad. Wait a minute, there's a whole nother room. How long is this room? I'm getting worried. And also, I died. We got pretty far, though. Spin jump was the wrong answer there. God damn it. Well, in that case, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Unless it's a tight timer. That time we got it. Man, the fact that this works... The fact that that just works is amazing. 4 seconds extra on the timer? Well, fuck. Let's, Well, we'll see how extra it is. And obstacles unique? Yeah, it's amazing how, like, well-timed it is.
Oh no!
Ah! Feel like we might have been... too slow anyway. Last try, let's do it. Wait, what happened there? Okay. The cannon hit us. The cannonball hit us that time, rather than us just bouncing off it. Okay. Okay. That was the last try. Thank you, Cat Boy. Maybe next time when it comes up, it'll be like lower than it'll be low enough to get bonus heads, and we'll have more tries. But we'll see. I feel like that one. It's another Sunraku situation where the one person who cleared it is some sort of god gamer. Okay. Sunraku situation would be a really good stream name if this stream would probably... I mean, we could call this the Sunraku situation. I don't have to call this after the Switch 2 were announced if I don't want to. Sunraku situation is a really unique name for a VOD. I like it. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. I'll say, I really do... Wello is up and Wello is confirmed. Fantastic. I really do like the idea of the Switch 2 were announced, because there's a line from Futurama that, like, that sticks with me, right? Where they go and they apply for the army to get a discount, and they say, like, okay, well, we don't actually have to do anything. We just get a discount. Yep, unless war were declared, and then they get their gum, And then an alarm goes off, and they say, "What's that?" And the guy says, "War were declared." I like that phrasing, and I'm think it would be funny if the title was "The Nintendo Switch 2 were announced." Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that though, so maybe that's on me. How about another card? We're out of anime talk, so we're on to other topics. Hey, what live action shows would y'all have me watch? I've been thinking about this. There's a good amount of live action shows that I have not seen, that I skipped or missed. Big ones like Severance, or like I never saw Tony. What's it? Lasso. Starts with a T. Ted Lasso. Never saw that. I never watched the HBO one where it's the rich people, and Succession. Never watched Succession. Never watched Barry. There's a lot of big shows that I've never watched, and I give y'all this time to suggest shows to me, to name them and go, "Oh, you probably should have watched this one." I have watched a good amount of the best ones, though. The card said, suggest live action shows that I should watch. What shows would you have me watch? So, like, for instance, Severance. Would y'all have me watch that? Fargo, the TV show. Would you have me watch that? I have seen a great many of them. You know, I've seen, like, Breaking Bad. I'm watching Better Call Saul now. You know, you know, The Wire, The Office, The Sopranos, BBC Sherlock. That's an interesting pick. I have seen a analysis of that by from H Bomber Guy, where he shits on it for like 4 hours, and I've seen that like 10 times, so I have a little bit of a bias against it at this point. But you know, maybe it's the thing where most people only think like the 4th season was bad. Apparently people hated the 4th season, and H Bomber Guy makes the point that all the seasons were bad, which, you know, gets me out of having to go back to it. I guess a show I could watch more of is I never did catch up on Doctor Who after... There was a while where Doctor Who was not available legally after being legally available for years and years, and then when the Lady Doctor came out, it wasn't available anywhere for like years and years. On Amazon Prime, for instance, or Max. Now it is back. I mean, those are 2 good actors, it's true. Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman. That is a good point. I've just not heard good things. I feel like that one has, like, gotten shit upon a bunch. I would hesitate. I would hesitate. Did you do mine? Let me see, Fox and Socks. You're coming up. You're 3 off. You're 3 off now. Okay, we go under. And we spin, and then we take the key. We have 3 lives. Go down. This is almost an Auto Mario. This is almost an Auto Mario right now. But you have to jump good as well. You know, jump at the right time. That was the time to just use Auto Mario to get through. What are other shows that I never watched that I should do? God damn it. I didn't watch all of The Witcher. I watched a little of The Witcher, and I just kind of found it to be a bit much to, like, keep track of. I don't know. This is your first speedrun, by the way. Pretty good. Pretty intuitive. You know, it's taken me a few tries to get through it, but that's not, for most people, that's not really a deal breaker for levels like this. I mean, I say that. Actually, for, like, levels to get into the popular feed, that is like the death of them, right? When casuals realize that this takes a little bit of skill. Oh, okay. Bye, Yoshi. I hope I don't need Yoshi. 6 seconds. Didn't need Yoshi. Earlier in the stream, someone was saying that, you know, they represented the people for the ethical treatment of Yoshis or something. My bad. I will admit that, that did not look good. I will say, the Yoshi did land in a, on the ground. Did land on the ground. Is fine. Did not fall into a pit. Is just sort of abandoned. And, you know, they can sort of fend for themselves. There was another Yoshi that just lived there, so maybe they can be friends. That was the last try, too. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's 4% clear rate. 4%. Okay, 4%. That's higher than the threshold. Need to remember, keep an eye on the clear rate. Keep an eye on the clear rate. It's emotional cruelty, I suppose. You got me there. Well, what are you gonna do? Tier Extreme. Tier Extreme. Go ahead and confirm. We don't got that many more cards left, I'll say. Don't got that many more cards left. Let me see. We have like 6 cards. We have like 8 levels. I'm gonna say I'm gonna close the queue after this next level, okay? After this next level. Actually, who's after tier? Countess Timpani. We'll do this level and then the next one, and then we'll close the queue. Then we'll do last call for levels. Okay? Okay. Here's another card. I started House MD. So, what that last card was sort of alluding to, was sort of building to, is that, originally I was gonna come in here and be like, should I watch House MD? I've sort of been sort of curious about it, considering, like, you know, Apothecary Diaries is often compared to House MD, and this season's Dr. Detective is been described as just, like, literally House MD, except House, in this case, is an anime girl who is very short and equally, you know, has a lot of the same character traits. So I started watching that the other day, just sort of putting it on, letting it roll. It's live action shows that are in English are easier to watch a lot of than anime, I'll say, where anime I sort of have to pay attention. It's a little bit of a commitment. With a show like House, I am finding it's very easy to just put one on and, like, you know, play a little bit of a video game, look at my phone, look at the Twitter, look at the Discord, things of that nature, just very easy to do. I think it is good so far. I was a little surprised by, like, some of the misogyny, which is weird. A little bit, heavy on that. A little bit heavier than, like, I think a show now with this same exact premise would be. I don't see, this meets the criteria, but I don't see tier extreme, so it'll be sudden death unless tier extreme says something. Hello, Sigweemy. How you doing? But it's good. The medical mysteries are well put together. They always have, like, a couple of twists and turns in them. Thank you for the level. They always have a couple of twists and turns in them. It keeps me interested the whole way through. And the eventual solution where House figures out what's up is interesting. I don't know if eventually there's, like, an ongoing story or anything more substantial than, like, House hates authority and likes to pop pills, but I don't know, it's good. I'm enjoying it. It's I've heard it compared to, like, Sherlock Holmes. You know, speaking of BBC Sherlock, in that video of H Bomber Guy about Sherlock, BBC Sherlock, he shouted out like House MD as like quote unquote one of the better Sherlock adaptations, even though it's not Sherlock, it's not the same mysteries, it's sort of a character inspired by Sherlock. It's cool and good, and I'm enjoying going through it. And you know, I'm just gonna sort of putting it on and watching it. I think I'm like 7, 8 episodes in. It's good. I like it. I don't really have anything else to say on that, I guess. Let's do this. You know what? I'm not gonna count that one. I'll do one more. Fuck. Okay. Looks like we have to start like right away. Right to the right. We can't dilly-dally. Clearly, I am not understanding something about this first jump. Tier Extreme is not here, so 2 tries is all we can have. Unless Tier Extreme was here, in which case we would have more. Tier Extreme, you can say something right now. But, I think we're moving on. Countess Timpani is up next, and Countess Timpani is here. Fantastic. Let's do Countess Timpani's level. Lovely. And I'll say again, the conditions for bonus heads now are clear rates under 1% or super worlds. Those are the 2 conditions in which we get bonus heads. I think this is good. I think this is a good solution for that. One thing I'll say that is weird about House is every transition, or like there's a lot of like weird like zoom-ins on the human body where it's like, oh, here's the inside of a blood vessel, something like that. That is a little weird, but it's fine. It's cool. Whatever. Hey, here's one more card. I've been watching Better Call Saul. I just finished season 4. I liked the ending of season 4 well enough, and I'm glad that it's finally at the end of season 4 gotten to, you know, Saul. I don't know it's a spoiler to say, but, you know, eventually Jimmy becomes Saul and starts doing like, becoming, to quote Jesse Pinkman from the episode of Breaking Bad called Better Call Saul, becomes a criminal lawyer. Not a criminal lawyer, a criminal lawyer. And, I am happy to finally be seeing that point, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. Oh, it's a low clear rate level, so we get bonus heads. Start. Stop. That's Daisy. Let's go. Daisy is sort of a countess, so it sort of makes sense. Now, what the fuck? How can you... What? I'm confused how this can be possible. What? What? How? We have like less than 25 seconds to collect 24. We have 20 seconds to collect 24 coins. That's what? Oh, we need to throw that Goomba at that coin. Well, we might as well just push ahead and see what's coming. I feel like in that case, we have to spin jump. Some of the jumps you need to collect 2 in 1 jump. Okay, this run is null and void, but... Good to see more of the level. Wow, this is a hard one. This is uniquely hard. This is uniquely hard right here. Okay, that's how we can throw to get the thing. There we go. That's 2 and 1. Got some 2 and 1s there. But is it good enough? We're like, wow, what is this timer? We got to like 16 coins and nowhere near enough. And we lost the Goomba, and that's gonna do it. Wow, that's difficult, man. Wow, that requires like some genuine, like, intense routing almost. It requires precision, yes, but also just like the right jumps at the right times. That's some Sunraku ass shit right there. That's a Sunraku situation if I ever did see it. That's a Sunraku situation. And it was 12/12/2024. Yes, that is the date it was uploaded on. Yeah. Good looking out. I'm gonna hit this miss. Oh, I kind of feel bad for Fox and Socks. Tell you what, I'm gonna do Fox and Socks' level, and then we will close the queue. Should I do Fox and Socks' level, or should we get to closing the queue? Fox, are you here, Fox? If you are here, I can do your level right now, but otherwise we should do last call for levels. And start winding down. I feel bad because Fox and Socks has been waiting for quite a long time, but I suppose that's always true of everyone in a queue with 8 levels in it. Everyone's been waiting quite some time for their level come up. That's goes with the territory. You know what, Fox and Socks, do confirm, evil man you. 9:30. Perfectly good time to start winding down, I think. Let's start winding down, I think. Folks, it's time for last call for levels. Last call for levels. This is the time to get in any last levels that you have submitted for me, and I'll play them. Usually during last calls, I play some of my own levels and do that, but I thought this time, maybe for the next couple weeks or so, maybe we do something slightly different. I have these, like, beta versions of old levels in my course thingamajig. I thought maybe I could go through them or whatever and sort of talk about, like, the iteration that went into, say, each world of my super world, and maybe do one world at a time, 1 week at a time. In some cases, there's more bullshit levels still kicking around. In some cases, there's as few as 2. So, let's just do it like that. World 1 scraps. So this was the first work that I ever did on the Super World. 1-2. 1-2 BS. You can see that some parts here, like, basically got put into the actual level, pretty much, as is, like this part here. Like, once I had that gimmick of, like, Thwomps destroying the ledges, that was pretty much good to go. But in other places, there is more, like, iteration that's been done as far as, like, the patterns at which they do. Here's another part that's, like, basically right out of the final level. Other parts are just more thrown together, like, oh, what happens if I do that? Damn it. What happens if I... What happens if... And also you can see it's a little bit awkward in this one, like if you end up jumping, just doing a big jump sight unseen, you'll end up just not knowing where you're gonna land. Kind of awkward there. This part ended up getting some theming, and then ended up in the final level. Pretty much as is, but with a lot more theming. This was just a little trial, and then, you know, the ending you can see here kind of just peters out. That's kind of how a lot of these bullshit brainstorming levels kind of go, you know, like, okay, here's some basic ideas that I was working on back in 2021. Jesus, that was 4 years ago at this point. Nearly 4 years ago at this point. And, you know, eventually I start a fresh file, I get rid of most of the scrap, and I make a full actual level from the ideas that I've worked up. Here for the bullshit 1-1, the concept was clear. I just wanted to make a, do some stuff with the cannon, these spike things as, like, the ground, and, you know, various enemies which to shoot. I'll say it's not like the most perfectly themed, let me just say. Like, these bullshit versions of levels are oftentimes just like, you know, whatever is good, whatever feels right. Or, you know, it's just a place to test ideas and see like, oh, is it fun to jump up on this guy? What if there were piranha plants jumping up on springs? That ended up not getting into the level. What if there were muncher guys on springs like this? That ended up not getting into the level because it was kind of not good. What if you had to jump over a spiny? It's a little awkward. Oh, and if that guy gets over there, it's all messed up. Also, this is probably not the right place for the flagpole. Those are the scraps I have left of the World 1 bullshit brainstorming type stuff, but you know, I'm sure I had more at some point. It's just all gone by now. Anywho, I guess that's last call. Guess that's last call. If I'm saying like that's it. And that. Thank you for level Jaslum Bup. Good timing. Good timing. I was about to close the queue. I mean, I don't know, like, I do like to let people who haven't gotten in a level yet get one in by, like, opening the queue real fast, but it's easier if I don't have to do that. These had nothing to do with the Super World. These are, like, from 2019, like, real early days of Mario Maker. Just, like, some real warm-ups, and, yeah. Cool. Cool. Let's, I think that's enough last call, then. This might go short in some cases. Might go short in some cases. I'll say, as far as the Super World goes, I have been at sort of a, I have been in a, like, holding pattern, I guess. I have been, like, unable to make progress in my Super World for a bit now. I am intending on doing a making stream next Tuesday where I play some... This is the last level of the Super World, right? So I'm gonna open up some other platformers and play their last final ultimate bonus... Final level / final bonus levels. And try to glean some sort of inspiration and then take those lessons into this game here. And, you know, and start trying to make this feel a little bit more like a final level. I think it's cool so far. I just think it doesn't have quite the final level vibes. One thing I was considering, I'll say, is what if I replace some of these, like, colory blocks with, like, gray blocks? You know, that makes it look a little more serious. But I don't know if that really looks great theming-wise. Whatever. Well, next Tuesday, that'll be the thing. Okay, let's go ahead and close the queue and get these levels done. We have 9 levels in the queue. Fox and Socks is up next. Fox and Socks has not confirmed. So Fox and Socks, that'll be sudden death unless you are there. If you are here, you know, you get more tries, as you know. But you know, if you're not, you know, whatever. I guess I'll say, by the way, about Express Pass. How does Express Pass work when the queue is closed? I guess it still works. Like, if you're already in queue, you could Express Pass to the front. But I don't think you get to be let in. Well, actually, if you hadn't been in the stream before, if you hadn't had a level in, I would let you get one in, and then you could do the Express Pass for sudden death. Again, Express Pass is a brand new thing I'm trying out, where Twitch subs will be able to skip the line once per stream. And also, it's available for channel points for the time being. Like, let's say three redemptions of that across streams. And then it'll just be for pay from then on out. 8 pink coins and 1 near impossible maze. Don't go too deep. Okay, just 1 key. We got 2 tries. Ugh. Okay. This lava's coming up. It's going to recede. This door is the only way forward. Is there a tight timer? What's the deal here? You got 300 seconds. What? Okay, right, we're swimming. It's a swimming level. I forgot about the nighttime castle there and just saw spikes and it was like, oh my god! I'm small! But I'm fine. It's okay to be small. You know, we were talking about sandwich size earlier. I'll say, having a small sandwich, that's fine too. You know, sometimes you just want like a McMuffin, you know? A McMuffin is not very long. It's not very wide. It doesn't have much girth. But, it'll get the job done if you're really hungry for, really hungry for, like, eggs and cheese and sausage, maybe. God damn it. I was too distracted making a dick joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's occupational hazard. Occupational hazard of streaming. I say occupation. It's a hobby. I know. My day job doesn't have that risk. Doesn't come with that risk. No, it's fuck. Well, Fox and Socks, that was an evil ass level. I think we can all agree, but if you're not here, all I can do is 2 tries. I'm gonna take a drink of the water. The next person up is Skill. Skill could confirm at any time. But I think we have to move on. I think it's time. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you. That was something. That was really something. Skilluettes. Skilluettes. Go ahead and confirm. I don't see Skilluette left, but maybe. Let me do another card. Follow up on handheld GBA things. Right, last stream I was sort of mentioning how I had seen some handheld GBA things that looked real damn tempting. And I'll say, like, you know, saying this now after the Switch 2 has been properly revealed, I feel like some of this, like, urge, some of this, like, ooh, look at that. A lot of that has been sated by seeing the Switch 2, but I'll say, there was a good time last week. There was a good chunk of the last week where I was looking at these things going like, oh man, GBA SP form factor, enough buttons for any sort of game you throw at it, $80 to $100 if you want more memory. Oh my god, that's wonderful. I can't believe technology has gotten this far, you know. Back in the day, back when like the PSP was a thing, that was sort of the dream of like the PSP, like, oh, what if it could handle like N64 games? You know, and this thing can handle N64 games. Wow. Oh shit. That's amazing. And I spent a good amount of time like just thinking like, oh, do I want the black or do I want the SNES colors? I think SNES colors might be the way based on some of the videos I've seen. Them saying like, oh, the SNES one has a better texture. It's a little less slippery. It's a little less like fingerprint prone. So, you know, jot that down. But also I did find out that like, oh, it can't handle GameCube. It's too cheap to handle GameCube. PlayStation 2, maybe Dreamcast. That's gray area there. That's like on the border there. And knowing that it's like a little too limited even for that kind of dampens my appetite a bit, right? Like, oh, okay then. Right, no, okay. Well, if it can't handle GameCube, I guess maybe I'd just wait like 5 or so years. You know, the reality is that device doesn't give me anything more than my Switch can already do, assuming that the games are available on Switch Online, right? And most of the games that I would want to play are. So, yeah, it's not really that much of a big value add, all things considered, though. Again, I do think it's wonderful that the devices do exist, and it's real damn tempting, so long as they could handle, like, a bit more. Like, get them up to GameCube, guys. Get them up to, like, every SD game that ever existed. If you can handle every SD game that ever existed, barring the Wii U, or the Wii, the regular Wii, that's motion controls. You can't do that. That's just common sense. I think that would be a very easy impulse buy, but I can't do it if it can't handle GameCube. It is a damn sexy thing, though. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Maybe add, like, 2 more buttons if, like, N64 is your peak, because then you could handle, like, all 6 buttons on an N64 controller, like, perfectly normally. And wouldn't that be a smart thing to have as an option? Let's do this level. I don't see skilluettes, but we'll do sudden death then. We'll do sudden death. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, no.
So, this is a 10-second level. We have to hammer each of these piranha keepers and not jump high enough where we're bonking our head into them. Okay. Do you put clips on YouTube Shorts? Yes. The clips do go onto YouTube Shorts. I have seen you make some clips recently. I might reclip some of them so they have, like, more of the context. I like doing more context than less, truth be told. But, like, yes, absolutely, I do. It's a lot of work, I'll say. It's a lot of work to, like, go through all the streams I've ever done, and I'm, like, a year behind, really, all things told. But, yes, the clips are what become YouTube Shorts. I don't think I've done a YouTube Short based on the clip that someone else has captured currently yet, which might be surprising, but I make a lot of clips by myself, you know. It's a whole process that I go and do. I take it you clipped up some good ones. Let's hope. They're harder to do in the moment because you don't know if I'm going to do something funny like right after you hit the clip button. And if I did, I probably would want to include that second bit as like part of the punchline, you know? It's a tough thing to nail, you know what I mean? We didn't do it. That's a cool level though, skilluettes. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss and move on to the next. Axel. Axel on the YouTube side. I'll say I've been going through my current strategy with the YouTube Shorts and Twitch clips is to clip up the old playthroughs that I've done. Right? I've done like 5-6 playthroughs over the last year. So what I've been doing is going like one episode, one stream of this playthrough, one stream of the next playthrough, and just going in a big loop. So Now I'm about to clip up the second stream of Skyward Sword, I guess, and then I'll clip up the second stream of Mario Odyssey. Axel is here, fantastic. I'll clip up the second stream of Mario Odyssey and sort of go into that fashion until, like, most of the big streams are done. Hey, Mr. Boxhead, you haven't been here tonight, so I'm willing to let you in. Let me know when you're ready to go, and I will open it for you, okay? You're probably ready to go. You're good. You're good. Go ahead. Get it in. Get it in. Get it in. It's a whole process. And, I'll say, like, it's been obvious for a while that, like, yeah, no, when you're talking about clipping up all the best moments from a 12-hour stream, that can take, let's say, upwards of 12 hours, so, you know, if I'm to catch up ever, I need to spend more time on the weekends and the days I'm not streaming, just, you know, productively parsing through those streams and getting some good moments all clipped up. It's more work than is really convenient, honestly. I can see why people hire people to, you know, edit their shit, you know. The real thing that you want to do when you're, like, the people who are really successful, they have other people edit it for them, which just makes sense because it's basically a full-time job, keeping up with that. But so long as I have enough to furnish YouTube shorts, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Though, you know, how much the algorithm favors them, how good of shorts they are, varies on the shorts, I guess. I don't know. Let's do it. Axel is here, and the clear rate was what now? Not that bad, right? I should look more closely at the clear rate. Let me just check the clear rate again. The clear rate is 2.6%. No bonus heads. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Mr. Boxheads. I'm closing it back up. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's survival!
Oh no!
That didn't end well. Okay, we know what it is now, so we can, you know, just survive. Hey! Second try. Let's go. And there's more. God! Nope! Okay! First try! How about that? And a checkpoint. Nice. Good.
Oh no!
So, like, yeah, Wednesday, I clipped up a bunch of clips from StarCraft, some of the StarCraft 2 streams. Earlier this week, I clipped up some from Half-Life 2, that whole playthrough, which the Half-Life ones, I think, turned out really well. I'm surprised how well I'm surprised at how well commentary notes, like, actually solely work in YouTube short form. You know, me listening to a commentary note and reacting to it or saying something, or the commentary note just being kind of cool on its own. Like, that low-key kind of works as is, even without some, like, funny moments on top of it.
Oh no!
Our luck has turned after the checkpoint, huh? Eee. I guess I'll say I can't believe we got through the first half. You know, that was a Sunraku moment. The previous level, that was a Sunraku situation. If we hadn't cleared it, it would have been a Sunraku situation, but, you know, I think
Oh no!
I approved a little bit of my own medal there, I guess. I don't know. And then I ran out of lives and it was over. Dang it. Well, we can always try again another time. such is games. You know, always feel free to submit that again or submit something else again. Up to you, Axel. Hell yeah, that was great. That was cool. I can't believe we got through that second room on the first try. That's... goddamn. What's this comment say? Very cool concept. Love it. I love it too. I'm way into it too, Axel. Let's go ahead and hit this miss and bring up the next person. 06I. 06I. 06I is probably good for it. 06I, you can confirm. You know what to do. Do I need to do this thing? I'll do this thing just because the standard thing. Space. Yes, good. Okay. Here's another card. I'm looking forward to the analog 3D controller. I will say, even though I looked at these devices and eventually was convinced, like, oh, I don't need this. I don't really need a bespoke device to play these games. I already have the Switch, and, you know, in a pinch, the laptop or the PC can handle it just fine. And while not nearly as portable as this, at the very least, it's a little more flexible and stuff, right? Well, though I don't need the little handheld thing, I think I could use this special controller that Analog has put together for the purposes of playing N64 games. I think, you know, I like playing Paper Mario Randomizer on the PC. I like to play Paper Mario Randomizer on the PC, and I sort of have to map it in a weird way to a regular ass controller to play the randomizer on the PC. And if I got one of these, which comes out in like March or something, I could play 64 games on the PC with controls that are approaching normal 64 style, despite, you know, not being the same hardware and all, which I think would be very rad. I think these things also work with, well, they work with the Analog 3D, which is like a bespoke N64 modern version of it that uses carts like an original N64 does. And it also can work on a Nintendo Switch, I've heard. So those two things are cool, but mostly I think I would use it just for N64 randomizer type stuff on the PC, which is generally all I need N64 emulation for the PC goes, because, you know, randomizers, you can't really do them on the original hardware. It's just not the thing. I will say this also comes in white, which, my god, is that bright? That's kind of hard to see, but I'm kind of thinking, like, do I want the white or the black? I feel like the black is more conventional. You know, you can't go wrong with an all-black controller, but also, like, that is so close to a regular-ass classic controller. That is so close to, like, all the other controllers that I have, whereas this white controller is kind of like any other controller that I have, so I'm kind of low-key leaning towards the whites. What do y'all think? Do y'all like the whites or the black? Does the white look cool, or does it just look like, my eyes? What do you think? What do you reckon? I kind of wish it had the colors. I'll say that. I kind of wish it had just the same colors as the original N64 controller, for the buttons at least, if not the thing itself. Black is better for a controller. I'll say the one thing about the white controller is that I use a white controller already for, like, my PC purposes, right? I have a white Xbox Series X controller versus my black Series X controller that I use for the Series X, right? And I figure it could kind of match that PC controller, and, you know, it's for the PC, so it kind of would make sense internally. I do agree it's generally it's generally better to have, like, white, or generally better to have a black controller, but I don't know, man. Sometimes it's good to be different. Sometimes it's good for a controller to stand out among the lineup. This kind of reminds me of the classic controller, too, from the Wii. Kind of reminds me of the Wii classic controller, and that, to me, is a neat association. You wish the buttons were black? Yeah. If the buttons were colored, it would be an easy buy. But then again, white buttons Where have you ever seen that? Oh, on the Wii. On the Wii. The Wii's buttons are... Hang on. The Wii. It's like the Wii. I can't zoom in very far, I guess, but I can make myself bigger. See? Just like the Wii. Kind of reminds me of the Wii. And the Wii's controller is kind of interesting. Kind of, like, nice. The classic controller. Yeah, it does have... It has one transparent button, but the rest is not transparent. These are not transparent. These are just, These are just glossy. Which I think this thing is matte. I think this thing is matte, so it's not quite like that, but still. I'm gonna put that right there, that Wiimote. That Wiimote. Let's do the level. It comes out in March, so I have all the time to think about it, but I'm kind of leaning towards white, just for the uniqueness of it, just for the fact that it's so different from anything else I can think of. Super World means we get bonus heads, so let me randomize that real fast. We got Blue Toad. Oh, we got Low Gravity. I'll say with the clips, I want to clip up like all the latest Mario making streams. Like, it would be really great, I think, if I could just start from the present and work my way back as far as Mario Maker goes, right? If I could have every Mario Maker stream clipped up, if nothing else. And that would be really helpful, considering that, like, Mario Maker has some of the best, most, has, like, some incredible moments that would make incredible YouTube shorts once they are, like, you know, done. Once I make them. I'll say, by the way, of the clips that you make, 06i, where are we going here? I'll say, you're always welcome to post them to the Discord. I have a channel for Twitch clips in there, and I post every Twitch clip that I make in the process of, like, I was thinking maybe there'd be an invisible block there to, hit. I, post every clip that I make, even ones that are never going to be YouTube shorts. And, there we go. We just had to go far enough to the side. Okay, cool. If y'all wanted to post your own shorts, or your own clips there, you're welcome to. In the Discord, there's a place for it. I've also been now just, like, putting in some notes there as I'm clipping. Stuff like, okay, you know, these two clips kind of don't work on their own, but if you edit them together, if I go through the process of editing them together, they will probably make a pretty good short. And that just means a short that's a little more work than any other short, but I don't know. I think going through that process is worth it. I think sometimes an edited short can be a better short. I wish that Twitch had better tools for, like, converting clips into shorts as far as, like, you know, vertical layout and maybe even, like, editing multiple together. It'd be great if you could just do that in-app. Or, I say in-app, in the Twitch manager. I don't think you can do that in the app whatsoever right now. All these social streaming services, they got some, like, you know, severe catching up to do, I guess. I don't know. They got their work cut out for them. Even now, if, like, you know, TikTok is banned and all, I still think they need to get their shit together and make their services more good and more user-friendly and, like, more powerful to, like, really convince people that, like, you know, they don't suck. It seems like that's one of the key arguments that, like, in addition to, like, the fucked upness of... the hell? Of, like, TikTok being banned just because... like, you know, it's not made in America. beyond that, I think the TikTok people are, you know, they say like the algorithm is like an order of magnitude better. I'd say like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm really like super impressed with like YouTube's algorithm, you know. So it makes sense to me that the one that people say is like super addictive must also be like a good deal more addicting. Interesting little level here. Okay. Oh, right, it's auto-scroll, so we do have to keep moving forward. We cannot move back. But every time we clear the way forward, we can move forward. I wonder what happens with that. I wonder what happens to the people on TikTok. If I had to hazard a guess, you know, I'll say Red Note is, like, super funny. I'm really enjoying this whole moment. But also, if I had to say, like, do I think Americans have the staying power to, like, you know... We got a checkpoint there, so that'll refresh. And then we lost one, so we're now on 6 lives from here. If I had to guess, eventually, Americans, you know, whether they be young or old, they will give up the ghost and just go to whatever American alternative is legally available. But who fucking knows, man? I would say that maybe YouTube should make a better algorithm that people don't hate and isn't kind of shitty, you know? I know as well as anyone that's a capricious thing that you really can't count on. And, you know, whether or not the algorithm picks up on your shit can mean the difference between, like, you know, a 10x difference in, like, results, right? And it's random, and it's erratic, and it doesn't, like, it's not predictable. Because it's all a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. I guess having not used TikTok, I'll say I don't know any platform that has a quote-unquote good algorithm. I guess I've always just used the services that happen to have quote-unquote the bad algorithms, you know? The ones that aren't effective, the ones that don't know what they're... Bleh? Okay. I lived. That just feel a little bit like shitty, you know? And I'll say, like, you know, it's not like the algorithm always knows what I want to watch or not watch, you know? Sometimes I realize I haven't watched someone in ages just because they haven't been recommended to me. And that's not because, like, oh, I suddenly woke up one morning and I said, like, I don't want to see any Wind Waker speedrun content from here on out. I don't want to see the randomizer content. It's like, no, I just watched a few less of them for a bit, and then it stopped showing me Linkus Forever until I intentionally went into his page. Screwy thing, algorithms. Nice, quality, good-ass level 06i. Let me, hit complete. Diamond. I'm just realizing that's Diamond, not Diamond. Not Diamond. Diamond. Go ahead and confirm you are up. Diamond. Get comfortable. Got a couple more cards here. Let's go through them. I've been playing a little bit of New Super Mario Bros. Wii U Deluxe. like I said, I'm doing a making stream next Tuesday, and I wanted to pull up a bunch of like final levels, and I realized when doing that on the on the Switch version of Wii U Deluxe of New Super Wii U, it's actually U, isn't it? It's not Wii U. Whatever, close enough. In the in the Switch version of U Deluxe, I never got all the star coins and never unlocked like all the secret levels. So, like as I was watching stuff this week, you know, such as things like House and things of that nature, I was going through getting all the star coins, finding them all, opening up all the like extra paths that I didn't find, and doing that whole process, which was a bit of fun. It didn't take all that long, all things considered. Maybe like, you know, I don't know. How long did it take? It took like, I would say maybe like 5 hours tops, maybe like 10, whilst doing other things, whilst watching other shows, streams, videos, things of that nature. And it was good. I enjoyed getting that done. I will say I didn't do Luigi, so we won't have Luigi available, that whole one for Tuesday, but it was good to get that out of the way, I guess. And you know, I'll say U Deluxe, I think it's better than people think. It doesn't have ambition, but what it does have is good level design, good solid level design, and like a lot of it, like a lot of just good old, can't be argued with level design. I don't see Daimod, so let's go ahead and do 1-1 of Daimod Super World in sudden death. That is to say 2 tries. Daimod, you feel free to say anything. With this being a 1-1, 2 lives might be enough, but let's see. And so far it seems pretty generous. It's actually very generous, actually. Look at this. Very, very generous. Okay. Well, we're gonna get through just fine, folks. This is not a level that kills you. Trying to think, what's the opposite of a Sunraku situation? I don't know. I can't think of any characters from like Shangri-La Frontier or a similar like VR MMO anime where the characters are like, their thing is that they're bad at the video game. I can't think of anyone who like rose to the importance of like being a named character without being good at the game. That would be like, you'd think there'd be a VR MMO joke anime that was that idea, right? Like, I am so bad at the game. Where like, the idea was like, oh, I'm terrible. And the main character was legitimately terrible at the game. They should do that. That's, the time has come for VR MMO joke anime where the character is bad. Beaufry has like non-traditional skills, but she is good. There's no denying that she's like top tier. In an opposite sort of way as Sunraku. She's not like reflex good, she's just systems good. She's good at abusing systems, and she also has, perhaps, a really good luck stat. Insofar as being able to happen into all these overpowered combos and things of that nature. Overpowered abilities. There we go, Daimod. Let's go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one. It's Rock Party. Rock Party. I think the time has come for a show like that. Another card here. This one's perhaps a little bit more relevant of a game. I've started Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. It's a remake of Donkey Kong Country Returns, and it's good. It's fine. Yeah, it's a good, perfectly good remake. I will say, Rock Party is here, by the way. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Very good. I will say, it does like, what's the word? There are things about... There are problems that the game has introduced. I'm hearing now that there are some weird control differences. XDY 6B2 1KF, not Y. I'm hearing that there are some weird like control differences as far as like you used to in the... There's like a secondary mode where you use the D-pad and you have to hold down a button to run. Apparently you have to hold down a button to run also when you're using the stick, I've heard. Don't use that mode. There's also been some places where it has frame rate drops. It's a Wii game and it has frame rate drops. I have seen one instance of that at 6.5. I'm like most way through the game. I'm at the factory right now. I will clear it probably really quickly. We're all closed now, Fox. We did your level. It didn't go that well, I don't think. But, you know, such as it is when you're not present when it comes up. Next time, Fox, next time. Thank you for it, though. I appreciate it, and it was fun. It was a fun one. Fun little semi-troll level, that one. Anyway, Super World? Super World. Let's do the Super World. You've had a level here, Fox and Socks, so you're no, that queue is staying put, basically. So yeah, I'll say it has some minor performance issues, and those are really annoying. And also, I'll say I don't think Returns is the best Donkey Kong Country game. In fact, I will say I think Returns is arguably the worst one of the mainline series. You can make an argument for Donkey Kong 64 being like too bloated and shitty in places. You know, you can make an argument to say like, well, Jungle Beat, what about that one? Of the ones that are actually called DKC and are 2D platformers, I think Returns might be the worst one. Tropical Freeze, I would say Tropical Freeze is second best, under DKC2 for me, but there's a lot of things in Tropical Freeze that they fixed, right? Like, one thing was that, in Returns, right? There's a lot of places where they don't give you a Diddy Kong barrel, where you can't, where the game is like, okay. Where the game is like, okay, if you want to get past here, you just have to do it as solo DK, and that kind of just sucks. I know that's a thing that, like, Mario does on occasion, but usually there is at least one power-up in a Mario sequence, and also, Mario is not Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong never worked like this before, and it should continue not working like that, and I hope that if it ever comes back, they will get the goddamn message and not fuck around with that. It's really egregious in some spots, like the final boss, for instance, has this, like, auto-scroller segment, spoilers for Returns, a fucking 15-year-old game that just had a remix, so, you know. Spoilers! There's, like, a whole horrible auto-scroller section, and then if you die on the boss, you restart the boss fight after the auto-scroller, but you don't get Diddy Kong back, so you have to beat the boss on Donkey Kong alone. It's kind of bad. Really egregious, and, like, one of the most fucked up things I think I've seen a platformer do, honestly. And I remembered that last time when I did DKCR and Tropical Freeze, like, a year ago. Like, in full, both of those games, on stream. So, you know, I remember that boss from that stream very clearly, and it was not good. I also think it's really shitty how, like, the auto-scroll levels, like the Rocket Barrel levels, I hate the Rocket Barrel levels, one, just because they're bad levels, but two, they are unforgiving levels. Like, every time, the Rocket Barrel levels are like, Flappy Bird style levels, right? And in the original Returns, every time you take a hit, you're dead. If you're in the Rocket Barrel, or in the minecart. That's not how the original games worked. You had 2 tries in the mine carts, one for Diddy and one for Donkey Kong. And it's fucked up that they broke that. Like, what the fuck? Do you not understand that health is good to have? It's good to have a little bit of leniency in your design. Also, the fucking rocket barrels are boring. They're linear. They're just sort of just carefully adjusting your height, and if you fuck up, it's just like, ah. They suck. There's a lot of levels that kind of low-key aren't great in Returns, and I think, you know, though there are a lot that are great as well, I think that the best I can do is a 4 out of 5 for Returns due to its many issues, which many of them are solved in Tropical Freeze. I think one issue that wasn't, I believe, was bonus barrels. Like, I don't like how the bonus barrels are the same, like, most of the time. You know, they're selected from a small set of bonuses. I think that's just bad design. I applaud, you know what I applaud? I applaud, there's that game, Kaze and the Wild Mask. It has DKC2 style bonus games, and that's the shit. I don't know why the new DKCs did not just do bespoke bonus games. I mean, come on. They're bespoke. They're great. They're wonderful. You like them to be a unique design that reflects the gimmicks of the individual world, the individual level that you're playing. It just makes sense. Why didn't... Sigween, you are up. I don't... Not the place to return to. Sigween, let me go ahead and hit next, so the next level can be, next person can be notified and all that. Sigweenie. Kind of sounds like a noodle, doesn't it? Not sure if the noodle is spelt that way, though. I'm not sure if that name is pronounced that way, neither. Anyway, that's Returns. I'll say I've been playing some other stuff too. Still a little bit Marvel Rivals, still playing Marvel Rivals, getting into some heroes I haven't been getting into before. Who's like the new hero I've been getting into a bit? I say new hero. I haven't really clicked with the first 2 of the Incredibles that much, though I think the Invisible Woman is pretty good. And I appreciate how right now you can kind of expect a support in every game as a result of Invisible Woman being new. That is pretty sick. Pokemon Pocket is still going strong, though I haven't really played the matches of it recently. I've just been sort of opening my free packs and doing my daily quest, which fortunately doesn't require you to actually play the video game, which is kind of low-key nice. I like that it allows me to take a break from the game without taking a break from, you know, the game, essentially. There'll be new content coming out. They just announced the ability to do how you're going to patch it. I think that sounds all good. I've been messing around with some Smash Brothers idly, just, you know, out of boredom. And also, I did do a 7 seed run off stream of, like, Paper Mario Randomizer, because I was kind of in the mood for Paper Mario Randomizer. I don't see Sigweenie, let's go. I was sort of in the mood for Paper Mario Randomizer. I was sort of in the mood for Paper Mario Randomizer, and, you know, what it was last week there was, AGDQ, right? By the way, I'll say, I didn't make a card for it, but AGDQ, pretty good ending. That's, that run of, Crazy Taxi with the live band, pretty incredible. I also like the Oots Randomizer run. That was no logic, so they had to use glitches to get through. They had to use all sorts of glitches to get through. Pretty interesting stuff. I was watching that randomizer run, and I was sort of in the mood for a randomizer, so I first pulled out the Majora's Mask randomizer, and then I said, actually, I'm not really feeling that one right now. Let's go with Paper Mario. Let's just do a quick 7 Star Spirit thing, which isn't quick at all. That's like as long as it can be, by the way, for what it's worth. So I did that and was just trying to get, like... I was trying to finish by the time AGDQ ended, which I got pretty close to. There was just, like, one final item that I was lacking, and I couldn't find it in time, and I had to call an audible. I had to go, like... You know, I had a choice, and I looked up the thing, and I found out, like, oh, crap, it's in a place I didn't know was a check. And I'll say I've done Paper Mario Randomizer, like, dozens of times, and I don't know that I've ever checked ground pounding the ledge in the room where all the... in the room before the smoke machine in, that world. I've never checked there before. I don't think I've checked there before. I don't know I knew that was a location. And that was the one place where Cooper was, and because of that, I wasn't able to finish like 2-3 different worlds. And, you know, once I got that, I was in go mode, but I was just like, it's late, the marathon is over, I'm done. Still, Paper Mario Randomizer is a damn good time. I wouldn't mind streaming that again sometime, but it's also just fun as a turn the brain off, like, thing to do whilst watching something. I'll say, for anyone who doesn't stream, randomizers are pretty good for, like, podcast games. You know, games to play while listening to podcasts, while watching a YouTube video, while watching House MD. I would recommend them heartily. Use a tracker first time until you know where everything is. You know? Bleh. Yeah, we lost. Let me hit dismiss and... Ooh, yeah, you're up next, Countess Timpani. Hell yeah. You are correct in your bleh. You are up. Is there anything else I've been watching? Or playing? I don't think so. No, just that, and... I played a tiny bit of Celeste. While waiting for returns to unlock. No, nothing else really. Very recently. Right, yeah. I know. I played Super Paper Mario. I know the character of, the dude. What the fuck is his name? Is his name Bleck? Count Bleck or something? I remember him, yeah. I remember him well enough. Not fully, but like, good enough for government work. JKF. JK Foling. CLM? I don't know what that means. Pushy partner. Sometimes you need to give your buddy a push in the right direction. 0% clear rate. How about that? That gets some heads. Ooh, Mario heads. Fantastic. Let's do it. We got 2 more after this. The stream is almost over. Let me think for a second longer if there's anything else as far as games I've been playing. I don't think so. Oh. I think I understand here. Okay, this one's a wash. But we need to push this guy forward such that he can get how far now? Pretty damn far. He has to go pretty damn far. But if we go too early, we'll slow him down. And we don't want that. God damn it. How far were we? Okay. We're in sight. Is it so tight that one screw up is all it takes to not do it? Is it so tight that, like... one missed push is enough to do it? I guess the question is how much... With one push... How many pushes do we have to do to make up for... What the fuck was that one? These are weird. Well, that one wasn't weird, but, you know. Kind of probably have to make up for quite a few if we miss one. I'm seeing the Matrix. Fuck! 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 I had a good flow there for a minute there. Moving on beat. Oh my god, it's tight. It's tight, it's tight. One mistake is all it takes to not get it. The suspense is... Fuck. Fuck, fuck. Ah, that's it. This is serious time. This is serious time. We got serious time here, folks. I can't. I can't chat. No! Okay, that's a wash, that's a wash. Okay, last try, last try. One mistake and it's done. No! Thank you for the level, that is really interesting. Alas, though. Alas. Oh, you're so close! We were so close! This has not been cleared, by the way, for, multiple months, so I guess let's not feel so bad that we couldn't do it in 7 tries. Let's not feel so bad. The average amount of tries per person is at least 10, is at least 20. 70, that'd be like 25 maybe? Maybe 25 tries per person on average is what people have put in. It makes sense that we couldn't do it, necessarily. I'm gonna dismiss. Next up is Jason. Jesslum Bop. Jesslum Bop. There we go. Kinda reminds me of Buppy. I've been rewatching, this isn't on a card, but I've been rewatching the Half-Life 2 but in AI, and now I'm rewatching it but with the commentary. It's good shit. Hey Connor, the queue is closed, but you weren't here earlier, so here you go. Don't let anyone else in. This is just for Connor. Connor, you weren't here before, right? Was Connor here before? I think I would remember if Connor was here before. If Connor was here before... I don't think Connor was here before, but correct me if I'm wrong. Get it in real fast, though. Here's, I think, the last card. Y'all ever run into spoilers on Twitter? I guess we're talking about, like, algorithms being dumb, algorithms being unable to understand context, and, like, you know, very simple things that any human would be able to get. One thing I found frustrating is I like anime, right? I like anime, and Twitter probably knows that. And I don't mind some manga, you know, seeing some manga frames. Like, if it's like a frame from like a Yuri or something that's never been adapted, maybe never will, I don't mind seeing like a cute scene between two ladies, right, on the Twitter. But there's a lot of cases where Twitter will just figure something out. You know, like, oh, you like 100 girlfriends. Here's a screenshot from the manga. And I just go like, dude, I don't want to see girlfriend number 30 now. I want to see girlfriend number 30 in like yes, please go ahead, get it in, Connor. I want to see girlfriend number 30 in like 2028 or 2029 or 2030, you know? I want to see it proper when it comes to the anime. You know, when it's revealed real nice and good. You know, I don't want to see anything from the future of like My Hero Academia or any like talk on that, and frankly the algorithm is not smart enough to distinguish. And realize like, why are you not liking this My Hero Academia content? Why are you not interested in it? It's like, dude, algorithm, I know I can't explain to you in English. I wish I could. But if I could, I would say, spoilers, dude. Spoilers. I'm anime only. I'm anime only. And I will remain anime only. I'm pure. I got my purity here. I don't see J-Slum, so let's carry on. That's something that really annoys me. I wonder, you know, people saying that, like, yeah, I don't know either. Let's go ahead and close it back up. And, Connor, if you are ready, tell me. Tell me what's up. This has a low enough clear rate, so if J-Slum does confirm, we will have bonus heads. Remember that. Bonus heads, bonus heads. What the fuck was... That was a boneheaded jump right there. Boneheaded move right there. The opposite of a Sunraku moment. There must be an NPC in Shangri-La or something who's a real doofus, right? All the NPCs I can think of are pretty cool dudes, or like, you know, eccentrics who are really pretend. I don't think there's anyone in Shangri-La Frontier who would do that. There should be, though. Well, GG, I guess. That's the second life. J-Slum, if you're here, go ahead and say something, and, you know, I'll give you more lives, but if you're not, that's all she wrote.
Oh, no.
Challenge for the Dad, Mosi Redux was the name of this one. I feel like it does seem that level's not so hard. I would think that someone would be able to solve it, but maybe the exit is, like, obscured somehow. Maybe, like, when you get right down to it, it's really unclear, like, how you get through. Oh, okay, so some people have beaten previous versions. Maybe it's been fixed so that those previous holes are closed now. Let's keep it rolling. Let's move on to the last level of the night. That is to say, Mr. Boxhead. Mr. Boxhead, you were the last one to get a level in. Let's do that, and then we will call it, it looks like. Unless a new viewer were to come in right now and say, I have a level for you, and I'm willing to wait until I can understand that the queue is going to open for me, and get in when prompted. If that were to happen, we would do more than just one. Let's do it. I'm sort of rushing here. I didn't give him any time to say anything. I don't know, I'm kind of out of cards, I'm kind of out of material. We could talk about the Switch 2 some more. It's gonna be good. Okay, that about sums it up. I can't wait for Switch games to not lag anymore. I hope that the old Switch games get patches to be better. I hope that Mario Maker 3, or Mario Maker 2 specifically gets a patch to support the mouse, which I think would legitimately get people back to Mario Maker 2, like people who dropped off like long ago. This is a really cool level, by the way, hey. I like what you're doing with those munchers, with this little platform. It's cute and neat. I like it. What time is it? It's 10:40. We've been going around 4.5 hours. Around 4.5 hours. Good length for a stream, hey. Satisfied with that. Next week, I think will be a lot less, news-packed. I reckon next week might be a shorter stream. I think that would be good. you know, it's been a busy time as far as news, as far as things happening, as far as, like, anime goes. I've kind of just had a lot to talk about every week. And it'll be nice to have some more relaxed times. Some more chill times. Where nothing goes on for a bit. This is some sort of ruin or something. Some sort of exploration dealy-do. That's gonna break open a hole in the wall, and then we're gonna go through it. The sun is not threatening unless you're at the bottom of the screen. The bottom, like, 3 pixels, or the side of the screen. That also makes for a dangerous sun. But, like, here, no concern. There's no place in the upper half of the level where it is any risk at all. I'll say again, I mean, I'll say, I've said in other places, but, there will be a Sunday stream, there will be a Tuesday stream, and then, you know, after that, I mean, there'll be another Friday stream next week, and then there'll be another Tuesday stream the week after. There will be continue being streams on a twice a week basis, unless I have the time or energy to do more than that, or like a day off or something, in which case I might do more. You know how it is. I'm looking forward to a 3-day weekend. That'll be nice. This is gonna be a nice weekend. There we go. That's the last level. We were able to get through it in one. Thank you, Mr. Boxhead. Well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm gonna take down the heads and all that. I'm gonna make myself real damn big. That was a successful stream. We got through all the big news, all the stuff. We even tried out the new Express Pass feature, which I think is gonna be a much more, powerful subscription incentive for the foreseeable future. I'm gonna say I'm going to leave that sub goal, or that channel point thing there, but I am going to make it so that there's only 2 of them left, and once it's been redeemed like 3 times, it'll go away for good. How about that's how that'll work, I think, going into the future. So probably won't see that around for much longer. I think that is a good idea, and you know, I like the new heads a bunch. Next, I'll be back on so schedule. Hey, I'll be back on Sunday around 4 p.m. for Wind Waker Randomizer. 3 dungeons. I did Wind Waker Rando once, and I did all dungeons. And specifically, I did only the dungeons, so the checks should only be in the dungeon. This time will be different. This time, the checks will be like all over the game. They'll be in lots of places, including dungeons, but specifically, only 3 dungeons. Only 3 dungeons will have stuff in it, which I think will be a better way to, like, make for a more pleasurable experience. I'm wondering if that'll take less time or more time than the dungeons only, but all dungeons are on the table randomizer I did like months and months back. We will see. That'll be this Sunday. I'm looking forward to that. I love Wind Waker, and that'll be fun. Then on Tuesday, I'm planning on doing some Mario making. I want to figure out like what is good for a last level in a platformer, and I want to try to come up with some ideas that make my next level feel more like a last level, feel more climactic, more endgame, more like of a finale, like a final challenge. I will say it won't be like a final level in like the modern sense, where you often get like a gauntlet of like, oh, here's every idea that's been in the game up to this point. I want this to be a level with with like a limited amount of ideas and a little limited amount of mechanics, I think that is still the best way to do it. But you know, we'll have a lot to think about and consider for that making stream next Tuesday. That'll be nice. That'll be productive. That'll be good. And then there will be viewer levels next week, which will be the same as always. Look forward to that if that is your favorite stream type of stream. You know, hey, you're looking for more of that? Next week, 6 p.m. Central, into the foreseeable future, unless something were to change such that I would need to put it later in the night, and, you know, for like, reasons. Let me see who's online. Let me see who's streaming. Bunch of people streaming. Let me see who I can send you to. Let me see who I can send you to. Team Kayla is doing Dynasty Warriors Origins. Sure, Team Kayla is cool, and she likes Dynasty Warriors. I've never played Dynasty Warriors, but I'll send you over there. That sounds fine. That sounds cool. She's great. She is cool lady. Like her a lot. Enjoy her content. That's gonna do it for tonight. I will see y'all. Let me get ready to end here before the raid goes off and all. That's gonna do it for tonight. A nice, what's it? Around 4.5 hour stream. Good. That's a good length for a stream, I think. Next week, we'll see. Maybe it'll be shorter. I'll say Wind Waker will probably go pretty long. That'll be fun, though. That'll be on Sunday. Then Mario Making on Tuesday. That'll just be making, not levels. Just me working on levels, working on my next level, and also looking for inspiration for my next level. That'll be next Tuesday. If you're looking for viewer levels, if you like submitting those, the place for them, the time for them is always Friday. It's always around 6 p.m. Central. Unless I'm doing something different for, like, European, if I have time off and I'm doing, like, lunchtime or something. That's not the case next week. Next week is normal style. I'll see you then at 6 p.m. I'll see y'all whenever. Y'all have a good one. See you on Sunday, Tuesday, or Friday. Bye!